Dear friend, it is time for your mind to rest. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath, and exhale slowly. The temple bell, the whispering wind, and the sound of flowing water will carry you away from all worries, guiding you into stories of Zen, where sleep arrives naturally, and focus returns in quietude. Allow your body to find a comfortable position, maybe seated in stillness or lying down, as long as you feel gently supported. Gently close your eyes. Take a deep breath, hold it for a moment, then slowly breathe out, letting all tension melt away with the night breeze. One more breath. Breathe in. Feel the fresh air filling your chest. Then exhale, like a wave retreating from the shore, leaving peaceful silence behind. Now, each breath is no longer just a habit, but a bridge leading you toward inner stillness. Imagine before you a small path leading into a green forest, where a stream murmurs, leaves rustle in the wind, and gentle moonlight spreads across the ground. Each step, each breath, each sound blends together, as if guiding you away from the noise of life to return to this moment of peace, where only you and nature embrace one another in profound silence. Story 1. The Lamp in the Shallow Well. In a small temple nestled beside a mountainside, there stood an ancient well that had long provided water for the monks each day. The well was deep, its walls moss-covered, and the surface of the water usually as still as a mirror. One late afternoon, as the last sunlight faded from the roof tiles, a young novice carefully lit a small oil lamp in preparation for entering the meditation hall. The golden flame flickered, fragile yet warm, like a heartbeat fluttering amid growing darkness. Cradling the lamp in his hand, the novice walked along the slippery stone path, but in a moment of inattentiveness, his hand trembled, and the lamp slipped from his grasp, tumbling over the edge of the well, disappearing from sight. Filled with panic, he bent over the edge and saw the faint flame reflected on the water's surface trembling, then sinking until only darkness remained. He crouched beside the well, his heart choking, and whispered, "The light is gone, now only darkness remains." In his sorrow, he suddenly noticed his teacher approach, steady in posture, with a serene face that seemed to hold the sky in his eyes. The teacher did not scold. He sat down beside the novice and gently lowered the bucket into the well. Drawing it up again, the bucket brimmed with clear water, reflecting the full moon rising behind the mountain. Tilting the bucket so the novice could see, the teacher let him gaze, the moonlight shimmering on the water's surface, brighter than any lamp. The teacher smiled, his voice soft as the breeze. "Light has not vanished, it has only found a new place, teaching you to see with different eyes." The novice was stunned, realizing that even when the small lamp had vanished, the moon shone in the sky, the stars glowed in the night, and the light within someone's heart never disappears. From that moment, he ceased clinging to a single flicker or form, understanding that light is ever present. Its presence depends on whether we are willing to open our hearts and recognize it. Taking a deep breath and exhaling in a long release, his grief dissolved like drops of oil sinking into water, leaving behind a lightness as if the entire sky had been ignited within his chest. That night, while all were settled in the meditation hall, the novice remained beside the well, eyes wide, staring into the deep water. The wind from the pine forest swept through the mountain crevices, bringing cool freshness that swayed bamboo branches' shadows across the well, creating ripples that spread and faded. He thought of the oil lamp that had fallen, of the flame that flickered in his hand then vanished in an instant. If a light can so easily vanish, he wondered, is there anything in this life that remains unchanged forever? A gentle sadness crept into his chest, like seeing the last golden leaf fall or hearing raindrops patter on a thatched roof then suddenly cease. But then in the silence, he recalled his teacher's serene face, the bucket reflecting radiant moonlight, and that breath's soft voice. Light has not vanished, it simply moves. That phrase echoed like a ripple upon his soul's surface, first small, then spreading deeper into corners he had never noticed. He suddenly realized that his grief, his sense of loss, was itself a way that light changed form. It made him pause and look inward, rather than only at the outer flame. And the more he looked within, the more he perceived that his surroundings had never been completely dark. Above was the moon, around were stars, within the well were dancing glints like pearls. Even the darkness that enveloped him was another kind of light, the light of stillness. The light that allows eyes to rest. From then on, he began to sit longer by the well during moonlit nights, not seeking the small lamp anymore, but listening to his heartbeat melding with the wind, the water, and the night insects' chorus. Each time he closed his eyes, he felt another lamp ignite within his chest, an everlasting lamp that could not fall or go out. For it needed no oil, no wick, no hand to hold it, only breath and awareness in the present moment. Over time, he came to understand that all things in life, from a leaf, a dewdrop, the chime of a bell, even the tiny sorrow at dropping a lamp, are silent lessons from the teacher, from the universe, from life itself. Thus, loss was no longer loss, but a door opening wider, deeper, and brighter. Thinking of this, he pressed his palms together and bowed, filled with gratitude, then stood and walked through the darkness. Yet he saw the path ahead as brilliantly lit, as if thousands of invisible lamps were guiding him. Quietly and eternally, night followed night, and the habit of sitting by the well became his meditative practice, though he did not realize it at first. For at the beginning it was simply the memory of the lamp that had slipped into the deep. But as time passed, each time he sat by the well, he felt his own heart shining in a new way, like an unseen fire radiating outward, gentle yet enduring. Independent of oil, wind, or any hand holding it, he realized that light was not only in that small lamp, but everywhere. In the full moonlight, the stars scattered among the clouds, the glistening eyes of a dragonfly perched on the bucket, the chorus of nighttime insects among the grass, and most of all, in his own breath. Each time he inhaled, the light seemed to kindle. Each time he exhaled, that light spread throughout boundless space. Gradually, he understood that what seemed lost was but a reminder to turn inward, to recognize treasures that never left. Once, when the teacher called him to the well and asked, "Look down and tell me what you see," he looked into the well and saw his own face reflected alongside the starry sky. His young eyes were no longer restless, but peaceful, shining as if the well's surface had become a mirror of the soul, in which light needs no search. The teacher smiled softly, said nothing more, simply placed his hand on the novice's shoulder, and in that silence, the lesson was complete. Light never vanishes, it simply changes place so we learn to recognize it. From that day on, whenever he carried a lamp through the meditation hall, he no longer feared dropping it or seeing the light extinguished, because he knew that within him burned an indestructible lamp, one kindled by mindfulness, by breath, by presence in this moment, a lamp no wind or darkness could ever extinguish. As the years went by, during each full moon, when the shadow of the mountain stretched across the temple courtyard and the wind carried the scent of wildflowers from the hillsides, the young novice would return to the well, the place that once held his sorrow. From that afternoon he dropped the lamp. He would sit silently, watching the water shimmer with silver light, and every time, he felt as though he were having a quiet conversation with himself in a different kind of mirror, one that offered no judgment, no urgency, only a faithful reflection of every breath, every passing thought. At first, he could only sit for a short while, but gradually, as his mind grew familiar with stillness, he was able to remain there for hours, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat blending with the chirping of crickets, the soft rustle of falling leaves, and even the distant footsteps of his teacher making rounds at night. All these sounds merged into an invisible symphony, conducted by silence itself. He began to realize that light is not only what the eyes can see, but also what the heart can feel, like sensing safety even in the dark, or seeing brightness within even when the eyes are closed, all from a single kind thought. From that understanding, he became less afraid of loss. If one day a bowl of rice were to fall and shatter, it might be a chance for a sparrow to find seeds to eat. If one day his sandals wore thin, the footprints left behind could show how far he had traveled. Even if one day his hair began to turn silver, it would simply be the light of time changing places, to illuminate wisdom. All of it was like the fallen lamp. It had not truly disappeared, but transformed into another shape to teach a new lesson. And so, as he grew older, he became more at ease with change. For deep within himself, he knew there was a lamp that was eternal, not hanging from a wooden post or placed on an altar, but living in the heart that kept beating, in the breath that moved in and out. It was a lamp that never needed to be held tightly, never needed to be protected, for it was the true light that could guide one through any long night. Years later, the novice had grown into a monk. His once jet black hair now held a few silver strands, and his voice had become deep and warm, like the sound of the temple drum echoing at dawn. But the story of the lamp that fell into the well remained vivid in his mind, like a flame that never dimmed. Whenever new disciples came to the temple, eyes wide and hearts filled with worry, the teacher, who had once been that young novice, would often take them to the ancient well. He would point to the water, still reflecting the moon as it always had, and gently tell the story of a boy who once dropped a little oil lamp and cried, thinking the light was lost. But that moment became the gateway for the boy to discover a light that never fades. Some students would smile, thinking it just a simple tale. Others would stare wide-eyed, feeling as if they could actually see the moon resting inside the well. And some would sit in silence for a long while, eyes misty, suddenly realizing that the light the teacher spoke of was not in the lamp, nor only in the moon, but right there in the breath they had just lost while worrying about tomorrow. Over time, the story became a quiet current flowing through generations. No matter who came to the temple, whether a poor farmer, a scholar rich with knowledge, or a lost child, if they sat by the well and heard the story of the fallen lamp and the moonlit water, something unusual would light up inside them. It felt as light as a falling leaf, yet as bright as a flame, silent, yet guiding like a distant bell. And the teacher understood then that the most precious thing in life is not to cling to outer light, but to ignite the inner light within each person, so that when they left the temple and walked back into the world, they would carry that invisible lamp with them, unflickering even in storms, fearless in the night, and glowing even in the deepest valley. Just as on that day long ago, a trembling child dropped a lamp and picked up an eternal flame within his soul. One night, during a gentle rain, the drops fell from the old tiled roof in a steady rhythm. In the main hall, the oil lamps flickered as the wind slipped through the door cracks. A young novice, the student of that same teacher, was clumsily carrying a lamp across the courtyard when he slipped, and the lamp flew from his hands, extinguished in a puddle. The boy burst into tears, his small hands trembling as if he had lost the entire sky. The teacher slowly approached, sat quietly beside him, then reached out his hand into the rain, catching a few droplets just as a flash of lightning lit them up like little pearls. The teacher said, "Do you see? Light never disappears. It simply moves, to teach you how to look at yourself anew." The boy slowly stopped crying, lifted his head toward the clouded sky, where lightning sliced through the darkness, brilliant in a way no lamp could ever match. In that moment, he sensed something deep, that even when clumsy hands put out a small light, the universe still holds countless other lights ready to support us. From that night on, the story of the lamp in the well was no longer just the teacher's memory. It became a living current passed down through new generations of students, like a flame passed from hand to hand. Not to be clutched, but to light the way for one another. And each time the full moon returned, the temple courtyard would glow with countless little lamps, but the brightest light of all did not come from oil, from wick, or from fire. It came from the clear eyes of those students beginning to understand. The light that never fades is the awareness in each breath, the faith in each step, and the peace in each heartbeat. And so, the story of the lamp in the well grows longer with each telling, shining brighter through the generations, like a moon that never wanes, forever illuminating the hearts walking through long nights, reminding them that light was never lost, it only moved, so we could learn to see the path within ourselves. Story 2: The Fish in the Water Jar. In the courtyard of a small house beside the temple, where the worn bricks felt history beneath weary footsteps, and the scent of straw mingled with the incense haze of evening, there sat a large water jar collecting rain. Its sides, aged to a warm brown sheen, were as rounded as the sky's rim, enclosing a tiny hidden world, unnoticed by anyone except the occasional insect coming for a sip or a drifting leaf. In that world, a little fish lived. No one knew where it came from. Perhaps carried in as an egg by a heavy rain. Inside the jar, the fish grew. It learned to swim circles around the jar's inner wall. It learned to hear how wind whispering over the water sounded like distant drums. It learned to wait for a passing shadow, when a person's presence would dim the light like a cloud passing over. To the fish, the jar's rim was its horizon. the jar's interior its vast sea, and the perfectly round reflection of the sky on the water its unchanging moon. Day after day, it measured time by the rhythm of dripping drops, by the scent of earth after rain, by the light shifting from golden to silver and then into the night. Occasionally, a dragonfly would land, its wings like delicate brushstrokes touching the water to make soft ripples. The fish would raise its head, imagining tales from a distant realm, rivers, reeds, swirling stones it had never seen. It longed to know that outside world, yet feared it, fearing it might be nothing. So it swam another circle, finding safety like a thin blanket draped over curiosity sparking at the rim. Growing stronger, the fish's fins stirred bigger waves, spilling water against the jar's side in tiny echoes like a drum's beat. On clear nights, the moon would drop into the jar, round and intimate. As though reachable, the fish nudged the surface with its nose. Moonlight shattered into pieces, reformed then fragmented again, like its own thoughts, scattered and yet reassembling, never still. One sweltering noon, under a sky stretched taut like a drumhead and cicadas filling the garden with their chorus, a man came to draw water to rinse his feet. He gripped the jar's rim and shifted it with a deep breath's throb. The fish startled, bubbles swirling, then stillness. It hid behind a drifting dry leaf, feeling comically small. That very evening, rain began to fall. Thunder stamped across the sky as water rushed from the old tiles into the jar, cold and lush with the scent of fresh rain. In that moment of delight, for being able to swim nearer to the rim, the fish realized its sky could be greater, just with a little more water. As the rainy night passed and sunrise revealed a water surface as smooth as silk, the fish swam in circles, halting before a fine crack running down from the jar's rim like a strand of hair embedded in clay. It didn't understand, only saw its reflection doubled in the crack, like two secret paths. In the days that followed, the crack grew longer, sometimes leaking a droplet that dried on the sun-warmed jar, leaving a damp patch as if marked by a touch. Quietly, the fish heard a faint creaking, like old wood speaking to time. Then, one afternoon, the man returned, tilting his bucket too sharply. The jar struck with a dry thwack. The crack flared. Water shot out in a thin bead of light, then snapped with a long crack, and the jar slid sideways. Everything sped in a blur, its sky tilted. Water in its world slipped away like a rug yanked from underfoot, and it fell through water onto the tiled courtyard. In that moment, the fish gasped by thrashing, an ending's gasp, as the heat of the tile scarred through its scales, warning that its world had ended. Yet rainwater still rushed across the courtyard, guiding it like a little leaf deeper toward a wet groove. It slipped, stumbled over a pebble, then tumbled into a moist, soft ditch. The water there smelled of roots and grass, with fine green tendrils like hair. Before fear could take shape, it found itself carried along the flow. A root stretched out like a reassuring hand, brushing its side. A snail moved past, leaving a silver trail. At the end of the trench, it opened into a pond, not the jar, nor a puddle, but a baby pool filled by an overflowing channel. Wind ruffled the pond's surface like a thoughtful brow, and the fish floated, soothed, as though cradled in a comforting giant palm. But the first joy was frightened by strangeness. At the bottom glided a dark shape, an old turtle. Its shell carved with time's map. A slender, shadowy coil was a water snake drifting by. A sudden splash, kingfisher diving, left droplets scattered like pearls. The fish curled into weed, heart racing like tiny drums. It missed the familiar comfort of the jar's walls. The roundness it understood, yet it also knew the jar was broken. And in that ache of longing lay a new path. The pond's outflow flowed into a channel. Water tinged brown, with the scent of fresh mud inviting like Earth's fragrance after rain. Following the channel, sometimes swept to the bank by tight currents, sometimes lifted by rushing flows over stone. The fish learned to read water by itself. In eddies stay still or be pulled away. In narrow bends the flow tightens, along shallows find breath. The old turtle rose beside it once, exhaling like laughter, then dove, and from deep down came the words, "Go on." For water knows the way better than we do. Heavy yet light, slow yet steady, like a hand laid on a fearful shoulder saying, "Breathe in, breathe out." So it went. When the channel opened into a river, the fish thought it had drowned in a dragonfly's dream. No enclosing rim, no sky in a circle, but a soft expanse of blue fabric. Wind pulled light in layers. Water had tears. The top, bright and fast, carried petals. Below, deeper, slower, still deeper, dark and cool, a shade beneath a giant tree. It rose and found its reflection shimmering like ink in motion. It dipped and found calm like an old silent room. In between, it discovered somewhere just enough, its first long breath after a cry. The river told stories of stones. Stones don't stay fixed. They drift slowly, and water curves around them like a gentle smile of acceptance, not pushing, but embracing then passing. It spoke of reed roots along banks, unafraid of change, growing deeper with each high and low water season. It spoke of floods, fierce and loud, yet eventually yielding. It spoke of boats, humans guiding, paddling in rhythm with their hearts. Listening to the river, the fish learned what the jar never could teach. The world is not a barricading wall. It is a woven tapestry of inviting paths. The first time it met a net, it saw a different sky, delicate threads weaving together, shimmering under the water like a spider's web. The current carried it inside, and suddenly everything felt constricted again. Other fish thrashed, their scales scattering like fragments of mirror. The sound of disrupted water crying out in panic. It thrashed too, and through that thrashing, it heard again the turtle's words. "You go on, water knows the way better than you." What does "go on" mean inside a net? It did not know, only knew to pause the struggles for a moment. Feel the net drawing upward. The water thinned, the light thickened, the air brushing its body felt like fire. A human hand scooped the net into a boat. Children's laughter ringing out. In a heartbeat, it found itself suspended, enveloped in the scent of damp wood and warm sunshine. Then, a deep, elderly voice instructed, "This one is too small, let it go." And that hand, soft yet sure, placed it gently back into the water. The descent back into the river was a long hug. It sank like a pebble, then floated to the surface, turned belly up to greet the current. That sensation was like being born anew. It felt no need to say, "Thank you." For there was no name to name, only the silent gratitude carried in each swish of its tail. Seasons passed by scent. In lotus season, the river smelled like half a dream. Little fish gathered beneath lotus leaves for shade, watching droplets clinging like tiny glass bells. In rice harvest season, the wind carried the sun-warmed scent of straw, and the river glowed gold. In winter, the water was sharp and cold, and the riverbed lay quiet like a temple courtyard after evening chant. The fish grew, longer body, tougher scales, powerful strokes. It learned to navigate currents not by resistance, but by leaning in, tilting, slicing through, allowing water to transform obstacles into allies. It learned to rest while drifting, finding a hidden nook in the rocks, letting its heart beat slow like the beat of a distant temple drum. It learned to eat sparingly. Fewer temptations lightened its burden, enabling longer journeys. These lessons were never taught in classrooms. The river taught by placing it in the midst of truth. One day, the river turned salty at its mouth. The first salty taste on its tongue made it falter. The water was no longer as pure. Foreign yet familiar. Ahead lay a hazy brightness, like a dream too enormous to hold. Other fish rushed toward the tide, cheering like children discovering a new beach. It swam along but balked when the salt became pronounced, turning back in fear. The fear had no shape, but it had a scent, the scent of the unknown. Retreating to the fresh water, relief flowed through its body like returning home. It stayed through another season, growing and learning. There was a waterfall upstream, white and wind whipped like a silk dress drying in a breeze, beside which stood an old stone altar engraved until faded. Locals called it the Dragon Gate. Leap through it and you become a dragon. But it treated it as a practice, gathering momentum, relaxing at the right moment, allowing the water to carry it rather than its own strength. Many attempts ended in slips. Many times it collided with spray. But finally, one leap took it past, plunging into the pool below with a clear splash. In that vertical fall, it realized that passing through the Dragon Gate didn't make it someone else. It revealed that the water on both sides was one and the same. When it returned to the river mouth in the following season, the saltiness no longer cut as sharply. The salty taste merged with the freshness of the wind into a wide-open aroma. It swam outward. Each tailbeat was a small step past fear. Beneath lay enormous shadows, perhaps distant whales, and above, patches of light curved in lines like pathways for deities. The waves were no longer the small ripples of river winds but the breath of something larger, steady, enduring. Sometimes it was pushed back, sometimes lifted forward, as if an invisible hand was teaching it to dance. When the water cleared ahead, all that blocked its view vanished, and the light no longer just streamed down but seemed to grow from every direction. It knew it had reached the sea. Now, what faced it was no longer an opposite shore or a dock, but a trembling straight line, the horizon. Another fear came, a fear of being directionless in a place with no boundary. Yet the sea taught differently than the river. Here, there was no need to go somewhere, only to go with the rhythm of tides, with the wind, with the school. The sea's vastness offered both tranquility and turbulence. Bluest skies and leaden gray ones. Nights as dark as a comforting cloak for the weary. It learned to navigate by light, by scent, By sound, the moon fragmented into silvery paths on the water's surface. Salt scent stronger near the shore. Deep tones deeper in open water. It swam through forests of hair like algae. Past coral pillars like underwater temples. Where smaller fish entered like devotees offering reverence. A sea turtle passed, gazed at it as if recognizing a distant acquaintance. Then continued its longer, slower but steady journey, like a vow. At times, the sea offered tastes of danger. The shadow of a large vessel plunged, turning daylight into midday night. Propeller eddies like storms. Strange warm currents that made it gasp. A gleaming hook that flashed like a tempting yet thorn thought. It reminded itself to swim slowly. Keep eyes wide. Listen. Sometimes, the wisest thing was to stand still. It discovered a strange truth. Stillness in the sea is not like stillness in a jar. Stillness means touching a wall. In the sea, stillness means standing within flow, no striving, no resisting, but awake. And in that moment, it understood that freedom is not having nothing to stop you, but having nothing you need to push against. One night, the sea lay flat like a giant mirror, and stars fell upon it in millions of shimmering points. It swam slowly, feeling as if it were swimming through the sky. It remembered the jar. That first sky was just a little circle on the water's surface it could touch with its nose. But now the sky needed no touching, it was everywhere. It remembered the dragonfly's tails, the turtle's guiding words, the hand releasing it from the net. Each memory a small lamp lighting the path forward. And right in that vast sea, it suddenly understood. Its story isn't just the journey of a fish from jar to ocean. It's the story of anyone living in a jar, a narrow room, a looping routine, a title that makes you forget the sun, until one day that jar cracks, shatters, in the panic of displacement, but also opens a new current. It thought so, then exhaled a tiny bubble. The bubble rose, silently bursting, like many things in life that come and go without fanfare. At dawn after that starry night, the sun rose from the water like a ripe fruit. Sunlight filtered through each scale, making them glow like tiny mirrors. It paused within a beam of light, doing nothing but existing as light passed through it. If someone asked, "What is freedom?" maybe it would not speak of ocean, not of river, nor compare to jar, but say simply, it's being in water at water's time. Being in yourself at your own time. It turned slightly one way, swam toward cooler currents, thinking maybe, in season, it would return with the school to the familiar streams to spawn, not out of longing for the past, but to offer unborn fish a beginning in soft water, with a sheltered bank, where the first lesson is listening to raindrops. If the jar was kindergarten, and the river elementary school, then the sea was the broadest school. Each school has its recess, its joys and challenges, and a graduation, when you realize water is the same everywhere. And if you, listening to this story, ever inhabited a jar of your own, a narrow room, a looping job, name that made you forget the sun, ask one simple question as quietly as a drop. Where did the first crack begin? No need to smash things. Just listen for the soft trickle of water hiding in some corner of your day. Then follow it. Sometimes the breaking happens before you feel ready, and you may find yourself on the hot tile of panic, but right then, The rain is falling somewhere. The watercourse is smoothing somewhere. If you let yourself go light, water will carry you, not straight to infinity, but to a small pool where you learn to breathe, to a canal where you learn to read the flow, to a river where you learn to rise, and to the sea where you learn stillness amid vastness. Then one day you'll stand in your own beam of light. Need no answers for others, just breathe, inhale, exhale, like that slender fish swimming slowly, knowing that freedom doesn't lie in breaking every boundary, but in refusing to let boundaries freeze in your mind. And in that moment, you'll smile, because you realize the simple truth the fish understood long ago. Boundaries are often illusions we build, and water always knows the way. One season, the sea began whispering tales of return, as if every drop of water held a fine thread tugging the fish's heart back toward its source. It followed its school, steady, unrushed, through shifting waters painted by sky and sun, some days as leaden as storm clouds, others so azure that sky and sea seemed to dissolve together. With each rhythmic flick of its tail, it came to understand something that the jar could never teach. Going did not mean escaping the old place. It meant going deeper into the very flow that carried it. The river mouth opened ahead. The saltiness softened. The black mangroves and reeds on either bank whispered against the water, their twisting roots sinking into mud like fingers anchoring it to the present. The taste of fresh water returned to its tongue like a call toward home. The school shifted formation. Smaller fish shielded the larger ones. The elders cut paths through whirlpools. All movements were harmonized, needing no command. Like breathing, lungs know how to expand and contract. Without being told, it traveled through parts of the river where the banks had collapsed, revealing slices of time. It passed fishing villages where smoke from hearth fires mingled with water's scent. It curved downstream to where children set leaf boats afloat, laughter echoing off stone bridges, scattering into gentle ripples. One rainy afternoon, concentric rings formed silently on the river's surface. A woman carrying rice straw brushed back her hair. A boy squatted on a bamboo pile and cried out. Look, the fish's back glimmers as if it's lit. In that moment, the fish thought of the old jar, that round, hidden sky beneath water, and smiled. Everyone carries their own jar, differing only by its rim. The fish ascended a rocky water stair, stepping between shallow and deep cascades, where white foam taught it that resistance doesn't help. Lean into the flow and allow the water to lift you. Ahead, people built a small weir, leaving a narrow fish passage like a worn ladder. At its mouth, the river whistled like a beckoning voice. Beyond lay smooth water and the scent of fresh grass. A school of young fish hesitated, its eyes filled with fear. But it led the way, slipping through a narrow gap like slipping into a sleeve of current. Dark gave way to light, and they followed, entering new water. There lay the scent of earth's sweat after plowing, sunlit sparkles dancing under leaves, and the sound of hoes echoing like distant temple drums. Moonlit nights transformed the surface into a silver scroll. Each tail swipe inscribed a shining line across the river, whispering, "No place is ever the end." At a stone wharf shaded by moss, a broken shard of pottery lay beneath the silt, its curved rim like a crescent moon. The fish lingered. Sunlight glided across the shard, revealing glossy brown glaze, the same hue as the old jar. Water passing over it made the faint sound of a forgiven sigh. Whether it belonged to its first home or a distant cousin didn't matter. It felt like a story ending and another beginning at once. Village children tossed pebbles that rippled the water. An old man with a fishing rod murmured a verse, a blessing of gratitude. Maybe he, or someone like him, was the hand that once saved it from the net. Memories don't need precision to become gratitude. The fish circled twice, as if paying respect, and moved on, continuing the shard's work of reflecting light in its own way. In spawning season, its body felt heavy yet soft and warm, as if cradling a pot of boiling rice. The school paired off, choosing cool, gentle currents rich with underwater grasses, shaded banks, and stable ground. There, the water tenderly caressed their eggs. Males circled quietly. Females remained still yet resilient. They performed the oldest river ritual, giving. When the eggs slipped free, lighter than a passing thought, it realized this simple truth: anything held too long becomes a jar. Water passing through eggs is like wind through a bell, not taking them away, not leaving them behind, simply sounding their time. It stood guard, gently pushing down fallen leaves, listening to the unborn fry breathing with the stream. For days, mist blanketed the river like a thin quilt. Reeds shivered with cold. In that chill, its heart beat slower but more expansively, like someone opening a window in a familiar room. The same room. Never the same again. Then came a sun-bleached day. Water vanished rapidly, as if someone lowered a song's volume. Mudflats cracked into lightning shapes. Locals said it was drought. Fish in the shallows scrambled. Some slipped into mud pits, others lingered caught in nets. It led the young fry through remaining pools, past skeletal bamboo roots like frail fingers, past separate warm pockets of water. Dragonflies dropped eggs nearby, larvae hatched. Shed skins like old clothes hung on grass. The air was still. The smell of silt hung heavy, a story left unfinished. Children scooped stranded fish into buckets, laughing uproariously. The youngest boy, sunburned and bright-eyed, saw the fish near a channel's edge. He lifted his net, but the man accompanying him, bent and dark-handed, placed a hand on his shoulder and quietly said, "There's still a path. Let it go." The boy paused, lowered the net, eyes fixed, learning a new word not written in books. The fish passed through sticky mud into water shallow enough to cover its back. It shivered at the coolness, then the tension faded. Clouds gathered like hills. Rain poured overnight. In hours, the river rose. Water drummed against the stone bridge like soft knocks at the door. By morning, child footsteps and net marks were wiped clean. But there's still a path. Let it go, echoed in the water, like a temple bell at just the right tempo. High waters brought more drifting stories. A broken bamboo raft floating by carried a sodden notebook. Its pages fused into a white block. A forgotten bundle of incense floated by. Still smelling faint, an old photograph blurrily revealed a floral shirt. The fish drifted near these relics, taking nothing, only sensing that everything adrift is not lost, it's still headed somewhere. When the flood receded, the fry were sturdy, seeking shade, clustering behind rocks, snatching mosquito twigs with quiet smacks, like punctuation in a poem. The fish watched them, seeing nascent, unnamed paths shimmering in their small bodies, embodying every bank, channel, and even the distant glint of the sea in their tiny, dark eyes. One day, its first lesson ended. The young ones scattered, not with ceremony, not with farewells, but carried by a lighter current. As the river felt lighter for having borne another generation, it stood beneath the midday beam, still as a tree's shadow, and understood that returning isn't a destination, it's just a breath in a song much longer than the self. One season, people built a high dam across the river to hold back the water, adding a fish ladder made of cement steps. Water cascaded step by step like neatly stacked playing cards. The fish waited for the night, for the hum of the engine by day rattled the water. It pressed its body against a concrete step, sensing the hollow echo, the smell of iron and lime, strange, but not hateful. At each level, for a few seconds, the water bit tight. It very briefly remembered the old jar, tight as if embracing its entire body, and then burst into the open zone. On one riverbank, some elders played Chinese chess under a gao tree, red pods thumping onto their robes. The white-haired one told the bearded friend, "They'll get used to the ladder." Slowly, their laughter mingled with the water. Life learns fast, especially when no one forces it into a mold. And the fish kept climbing, not to prove anything, but because deep inside, a quiet string was humming. Keep going. Keep going. The rhythm of underground water flowing through land before the first bricks were fired into jars. One night, the mid-moon floated low like a thin boat. Mist lay over the river like a dream. The damkeeper walked his night round, sweeping a flashlight across the reeds. The light danced on the water like a gentle caress. The fish lay still beneath the tree's shadow, breathing lightly. Tiny bubbles surfaced and burst silently. In that enveloping quiet, it heard something only a heart expanded by space could hear. The earth breathing. Not a sound in our usual sense, but a knowing, standing in water. It realized that everything, from creeping algae to the temple hall, from the fish ladder to the forgotten paint bucket, from children to elders, all moved with the same pulse of coming in, going out, arriving, leaving, breaking, forming, and knowing that didn't overwhelm it. It made it at peace. As if someone had just placed the perfect pillow under your head. Winter came early. Persistent rain. Low clouds. The foothills turned purple. The river quiet of human presence. And on the bank, a maple tree dropped one large, wine-red leaf at a time. The fish drew into a deep part of the river, where a sandy pocket held steady temperature, as stable as a folded blanket in a closet. It didn't need to travel far, just shifted its position to remind its muscles it was still alive. It listened to water dripping from a neighbor's gourd trellis into an aluminum basin, making a steady ting-ting sound. One day, a momentary clear sky let sunlight pierce through like a blade. The surface sparkled with golden flecks. The fish rose near the surface, gill flaring. It inhaled deep and long, feeling blood slow and deepen. A simple happiness, nothing more, nothing less. It thought of the sea. Surely waves were lapping on ghostly shores. Were there turtles nesting late? Any fish lost at sea? Then it let quiet wash over, because it knew it was where it needed to be. A period in a long sentence, placed just so for the sentence to breathe right. Then spring returned. The first rains stirred insects beneath grass. The banks turned fresh green. Frogs and toads called out, filling the night with damp life. River water tasted youthful, fresh and slightly tart, like biting into a just broken guava. Its body felt lighter, gliding quicker and smoother, like a joint doused in oil. Last season's fry, no longer tiny, they now zipped past with strong tails and bright eyes, greeting each other as neighbors do down a familiar alley. They shared places they'd known, a wider cracked bank, a flame tree getting ready to bloom, a deeper bend, a whirlpool changed by the storm. No adjectives used, just movement, but those movements carried all the news one current needs. Among those messages grew a seed. The next season, it would journey to the sea earlier, not out of hurry, but to know that beyond familiar paths there are new ones, just like in breath. You sometimes change rhythm and your being stays steady. One southerly wind afternoon, thin layers of clouds draped the sky like curtains. The fish drifted into a small tributary winding behind a pottery village. The smell of kiln clay was strong, anchored in memory. The crackling of fires lingered. Bank after bank stood lined with jars and pots awaiting the kiln. Unsigned, new jars shone like earthy moons. Children ran by, knocked on a jar's side, bop bop, and laughed in delight. An elderly potter smoothed the lip of a jar with a coconut husk, looking up to wipe sweat from his brow. Wrinkles etched across his face mapped like small canals on a map. For some reason, the fish slowed, looking long at those rows of jars. Something inside softened. Things that once enclosed us are sometimes what held water for us. The jar is not blameworthy for being a jar, the fault, if fault it is, lies in believing the jar was the whole world. It understood now that holding and letting go, safety and freedom, they're not at war. They're just different times for different needs. At that moment, a jar was blown over by wind, rolling clattering a few turns. Its rim chipped. The potter sighed, mourned briefly, then rubbed the chip and told the apprentice, "We'll fire it again. It's still good for watering plants." The fish swam on, carrying, still good, like a seed. Days followed. Stories followed. One noon, a girl sat by the riverbank, holding a notebook, gazing far away. She tossed a pebble, tack, a ring spread. In that circle she smiled to herself, as if she'd found an answer after long questioning. The fish saw that smile and realized, sometimes inner order just needs a small circle to restore it. Another night, a drunk man collapsed on the bank, sobbing like a child. A dog nudged his hand, then lay beside him. He quieted and then slept. Water lapped at his shoes softly, like a guiding hand. A morning passed, a monk walked by, bowl in hand, eyes down, steps steady. In that rhythm, the river saw itself walking, not just with fins, but with its whole body. Everything on the shore was the river's story, not because the river intruded, but because the river reflected. With each reflection, the fish understood a little more of itself, without needing words. When it reached the river mouth this time, the sea greeted with a gentle breeze. Waves were mild. The surface breathed like someone who had just healed. It swam out, and this time didn't recoil from salt. Not because it was braver, but because it stopped comparing. The old corals were still there, but now covered in a new layer of algae blooming in warm seasons. In a sheltered corner, the universe glowed in miniature. Bioluminescent plankton painted star trails with every flick of its tail. It slowed, as if riding across the dark water. A sea turtle surfaced just ahead, eyes deep as ancient wells. It gazed at the fish long before diving, leaving a broad silver glow. In that glow, it seemed to hear an ancient phrase echo. Just go. Water knows the way better than we do. Now, that was not a brave exhortation. It was a greeting between friends who finally understood each other. And if this story reaches you, wherever you are, indoors or on a porch, ears tuned to these words, eyes softly open, let the waters of your life gently touch the rim of any jar that's enclosing you. It might be piled schedules, a title you've pasted on yourself, a sorrow that lingers, or a path others say is the only way. You don't need to shatter anything. Just seek a crack, like the hairline on the old jar, and listen. When the rain comes, the crack will seep, a drop will fall. You'll feel the heat of your own fear, but soon, a channel will open. Let yourself get lighter, release the musts and must-nots. Let water carry you, not straight to infinity, but to a small pond smelling of roots, to a stream teaching you how to tilt, to a river teaching you how to let a waterfall lift you, and to a sea teaching you to stand still amidst vastness. One day, you won't ask, "When will I reach the shore?" Because you'll see the sea was with you when the first raindrop fell on your roof. In that moment, you'll understand, as the fish understood, boundaries aren't enemies, they're classrooms. Every classroom has recess. And, curiously, the bell always rings from within. At last, after many seasons, the fish grew old. Its skin no longer shimmered as before. A few scales were missing, and its tail tired after the long stretches it had swum. But one thing had become clearer than ever: the path within the water. It stood in a thin beam of early morning sunlight, tiny bubbles rising around it like the last stars not yet faded. And if someone were to ask, was this life enough? It would not answer, because water does not speak in terms of enough. Water only goes. It swam a short distance more, turned back for one last glance, not out of regret, but as a way of saying goodbye. Goodbye to the broken jars, the shards of clay, the dam steps, the fish ladders, the hands that once released the net, the children who grew up remembering their father's quiet words, "There is still a path." Let it go. Goodbye to the sky that was no longer a circle on the surface of the water, but something that lived everywhere. Then it dove deep, gills open, breath long, exhaled, and drifted. And in that moment, the river, the sea, and the far-off rain all spoke at once, so softly. Only a still heart could hear them. Water knows the way better than we do. And you, breathing in, breathing out, are beginning to know the way better than you ever thought. In a riverside pottery village, where the morning mist still clung to the reeds and the afternoon sun burned red like the mouth of a kiln, there lived an old potter in a low-roofed house, its lime walls stained with soot. In his yard, rows of round jars, tall urns, ivory-glazed bowls, and even broken pieces wrapped in bamboo baskets waited for some task of tomorrow. He had worked with clay since his hands were smaller than the turning wheel. He learned to listen to the earth with his fingertips, to watch fire with the corners of his eyes, and to measure the wind with his breath. At night, He often sat still, his hand resting on the wheel as one rests a hand on their own belly, feeling the rhythm of breath. One season, after long rains made the riverbank mud as fine as powder, he dug up the earth, sifted the sand, dried it, pounded it, kneaded it, letting the clay drink just enough water. He carried it to the wheel as though carrying a freshly bathed child, pressing lightly in the center to open the palm of the earth. The wheel spun. The clay body rose from low to tall, from a formless lump to a lifted shape. He breathed steadily as he guided the walls, steadying where it trembled, softening where it grew stiff. Slowly, the shape of a jar appeared, a neck slender as a lotus stem, shoulders full but not coarse, a belly round as laughter, and a base firm as the heart of one who has weathered storms. He knew this was a good moment. The clay obeyed. The water was not too much, and the fire inside him was warm. He cut the jar from the wheel, set it in the shade to dry. Then the next day he glazed it with a pale coat. The glaze flowed down in streaks as thin as rain. He placed it into the kiln. The brick kiln glowed red, the firewood stacked with care, the flames spreading evenly. He lit the fire as if lighting a story, listening to the crackle of wood like the sound of rice grains popping in a pot. The heat rose, and the clay inside changed from earth color to rose, then to moonlight, then to that glow only potters know by name. But at the last moment, a strange gust slipped through the gate. The kiln door left a narrow gap. The heat shifted, and among hundreds of bodies softening then hardening again, one jar carried a faint ting, a tiny crack running from shoulder to belly, as fine as a strand of hair, invisible unless held under the sun. He opened the kiln, lifting each jar as tenderly as lifting children just through fire. All were good, until the last. He touched its glaze, heard a hollow sound inside, tilted it and saw a hairline gleam like a silver thread. He sighed softly, not regretful, only bowing his head as if greeting a truth. Some things are born already carrying the mark of time. His apprentice, a young boy just learning the craft, eyes bright, still believing everything could be perfect, frowned and said, "It is cracked, master. Throw it away." The potter said nothing. He washed the jar, set it aside, tied a soft rope through its bamboo handle, and hung it under the eaves. From that day, the cracked jar went with him to the river each morning. He fetched water with 2 jars balanced on his shoulders, one perfect, glazed smooth, keeping water full to the brim, and one cracked, water seeping steadily along its line, dripping drop by drop, soaking the earthen path from the riverbank to the pottery yard. When the sun rose, the damp trail left by the cracked jar showed clear like a cloud lying on the ground, its edges shimmering like breath. At first, the apprentice frowned, seeing wasted water, seeing the crack as a flaw to erase. But after a while, along that damp trail sprouted fresh green grass, brighter than elsewhere. Then, with the early rains, seeds of wild daisies, morning glories, and dandelions, no one knew from where, sprouted, roots gripping the softened soil. The once dusty summer path and slippery rainy path turned into a blooming road. In the mornings, sparrows swooped low. In the afternoons, village children plucked flowers, tucking them into each other's hair. Laughing, the cracked jar still leaked steadily, quietly, and the flowers still bloomed steadily. Quietly. One morning, the apprentice walked silently behind, studying the flower path closely. He looked up at his master's shoulder, striped from years of the carrying rope, and at the cracked jar swaying with each step. Suddenly he understood. Some things must lose a part so that other parts of the world may grow. In that understanding came a flush of shame, remembering how quickly, "throw it away," had once left his lips. Quicker than a breath, the seasons passed like the fire in the kiln, sometimes roaring, sometimes low. The pottery village bustled. Boats still brought firewood, straw, and news. The old man still made jars. The kilns still glowed, and the good jars still traveled with traders everywhere, into rich houses as vessels, into poor houses as water urns, into temples as offering jars. Praise and criticism followed shipments like clouds followed the wind, unstoppable. But under the eaves of his home, the cracked jar never went anywhere. It became part of the rhythm of his days, fetching water in the morning, watering apricot pots at noon, watering the gourd vines in the afternoon, washing hands at night. The crack that began as fine as a hair grew wider with sun, wind, and water. The glaze at its edge flaked, leaving a rough seam, like touching an old scar. One day the apprentice asked why he did not seal the crack with clay or resin. A passing guest once mentioned that somewhere people even mixed resin with gold powder to mend broken pottery, making it beautiful. The old man listened, smiled, placed his hand on the jar's side, and said lightly, as one sets a single brick on a pile, "Some cracks are there to remind us where the water has passed." He said no more. The apprentice did not ask again. But in his heart, a thread began to weave. That thread ran from the jar's crack through the master's hands to the river where water was fetched each morning. Then along the flower path back to the eaves, circling the vines, climbing the roof tiles, and at night, under the moon, that thread glowed like a faint chalk line across the yard. Once, at a blazing noon, a wealthy man from the region came to order a set of large glazed jars to display in his hall. The apprentice worked anxiously for weeks shaping the bodies, while the master smoothed each curve, adjusted each shoulder, coiled each handle. That batch fired perfectly, as though in a dream. When the kiln was opened, every piece was round. The glaze flowed just right, not too cracked, not too glossy, beautiful in balance. The wealthy man came, stroked the glaze as one strokes the muzzle of a fine horse, nodded with praise, paid generously, and invited the potter to drink wine. The old man did not drink. He only smiled, escorted the guest to the gate, then returned to wipe the dust off the cracked jar's rim as one wipes the brow of an old friend. That afternoon, a wedding procession passed by the gate. The bride wore a wreath of morning glories gathered from along the river path. Children followed, laughing like sparrows. The apprentice stood still, struck by a thought. If not for that crack, perhaps there would be no wreath of morning glories on the bride's head. Sometimes radiant beauty stands upon the shoulders of quiet loss. Yet we so often see only the radiance. The apprentice bowed his head slightly to the cracked jar, so gently that no one noticed. And in his chest, something softened by 1 degree. That rainy season lasted unusually long. The river rose and fell. The grass along the banks tore and then knit itself back together. and the roof dripped in one small spot and then stopped. One night a gust slammed through, and a newly fired jar that had not yet been brought inside toppled and shattered in the yard. Shards flew everywhere. The apprentice, flustered, swept in a rush, his broom a little too strong, chipping another corner. The old man said, "Leave it." In the morning he picked up each shard, washed them clean, dried them, then set them on the table. He brushed a thin coat of natural lacquer along the edges with a soft hairbrush, dusted a little bronze pigment, and joined them as one would piece together a fragment of memory. Not hiding, not pretending it had never broken, only fastening it firmly so it could still be used. The apprentice watched the seam catch the light into a flat line. Not flashy, but saying its piece. There was a break here. And now this is where the two halves lean on each other. By evening, the old man took that mended jar and planted a cilantro sprout in it. Set it by the kitchen corner. Rain spat against the eaves with a soft clicking. The hearth inside warmed with a gentle burble. And the smell of cilantro with hot soup was as rich as the scent of wet earth at the start of the season. Seeing that, the apprentice suddenly understood that healing is not erasing the mark, but giving the mark a place to live and a purpose to serve. He looked again at the cracked jar. Its crack was not filled, because it was doing something that it could not do if it were filled, watering the path. Then one day, the wealthy man sent back one jar from the set he had bought. During cleaning, a servant had bumped it, chipping the rim. That household called it ugly and wanted an exchange. The apprentice was upset and said, "Why exchange anything for someone who knows nothing about pottery?" The old man stopped him, received the jar, did not get angry, and simply held his fingers over the chip a while longer. That night he stayed up, polishing the chipped spot with soft cloth until the stubborn roughness began to turn smooth, looking like a moon with a corner hidden behind cloud. The next day he set the chipped jar by the eaves and planted a small bamboo clump inside. When the wind blew, bamboo leaves whispered. When the sun shone, their shadows wrote squiggling letters on the wall. People passed by. Someone asked to buy it. He shook his head, not out of possessiveness, but because he wanted that bamboo to teach a few people that chipped does not spoil beautiful. Toward evening, someone walking past saw the bamboo under the nicked rim and suddenly remembered the scar on his own forehead from falling out of a tree as a child. And he smiled. You could not name that smile. But it was a kind of fragrance that is hard to catch and easy to spread. Slowly, the apprentice grew older within the turning of the wheel and the opening and closing rhythm of the kiln. The village changed. A concrete road was poured. A few tall houses rose like half-finished jars whose mouths had not yet been closed. A few children left pottery to work at companies. Some young people returned from the city to take pictures with the morning glory vines along the river path and posted them somewhere online that the old man did not know the name of. The cracked jar still leaked. Flowers still bloomed. The old potter began to walk more slowly. But his hands stayed steady. When he grew weak and could no longer carry 2 jars, the apprentice shouldered them for him, the unbroken jar on the left shoulder, the cracked one on the right. The first time he carried them, he heard the seeping like the ticking of a heart. He walked and then stopped in the middle of the path, poured a palmful into his hand, and let it fall at the root of a scrawny sapling. A week later, That tree put out new leaves. He understood, not with words, that a candle had been passed into his hand by the master. A flame not large, not meant to dazzle anyone's eyes, but traveling far because it did not put on a show. The last firing the old man tended before he took to his bed. He called the apprentice over. He did not say much. He placed his earth-stained hand into the apprentice's hand, gave it a squeeze, and then let go. In that grasp and release were river, fire, earth, and wind, the crack and the seam, morning glories and wild daisies, the caw of crows at dawn and crickets in the autumn night. The apprentice felt a warmth travel from his fingers to his heart like hot water poured into a thick glazed jar. That night, the kiln burned quietly. The sky was still, and in his sleep the apprentice heard the breath of the fire like the master's breathing during his noon naps beneath the eaves. At dawn, the old man did not get up. His face was peaceful as fresh glaze. The corner of his mouth curled like a soft hook. The funeral was simple. The villagers came to say goodbye. The stacked firewood for the next firing lay still as folded blankets. Someone hung a wreath of morning glories at the door. Wild daisies bloomed along the path, where the cracked jar had watered for a decade, as if to go with him part of the way. In the years that followed, the apprentice was now the master. Calluses marked the rim grip of his hands. His eyes had drunk the colors of glazes season by season. He tried a few firings with a different intention. Instead of hiding every craze, he let some glaze lines sing with the form. Let the glaze run thick and thin like rainfall, heavy here and light there, so that when the fire passed through, the body of each jar spoke in its own trail of marks. Some people complained that it was uneven. He smiled and sold it cheap, unbothered. Some praised it as unusual. He smiled and did not rush. He did not set out to make cracks. Cracking belongs to earth and fire, but when a crack did happen, he paused to see what the jar asked for. If it was a jar meant to water, to leak, he left it alone. If it was a jar meant to hold rice, he sealed it in a way that did not pretend. He began to teach the new children that clay remembers hands, fire remembers wind, and a crack remembers water. He taught them to sit still and listen to the wood pop. Taught them to slowly rub a rim smooth with coconut fiber the way you rub a sentence until it is less sharp. He told them about the flower path, about the cracked jar that watered the road, about the day someone wanted to fill a crack to make it prettier, about the old potter's words, still worthy, for a jar with a chipped mouth. At first the children did not believe. Then they saw for themselves. The rains arrived in strange seeds, who knows from where, sprouted in all the damp places. The dry season came and lines of flowers appeared like writing on the earth. Needing no ink, only water. One afternoon, a visitor from far away arrived. Not familiar with pottery, he walked around the yard a while and stopped before the cracked jar of the second life, the same one, now with a longer crack, its glaze at the edges weathered like a strip of dry cloud, and asked to buy it. The master shook his head and said it was not for sale. The visitor was surprised. But it is cracked, he said. The master replied, because it is cracked, it stays. The visitor did not understand and left. Then returned in the evening, pretending to ask about something else, but really wanting to look at the flower path under the moon. That night the moon was a thin arc. The damp path shone like silver, and the bamboo leaves murmured as if someone were reciting a poem in the back of their throat. The visitor was silent for a long time, then bowed to the cracked jar as one bows to a person who has served without standing at the front line. Finished. He left only one sentence: "I understand now," without saying what he understood. There are understandings that need no names. Like water passing through a crack. Like fire passing through clay. Like wind passing through a trellis of morning glories. Making sound without needing words. Then in one season, excavators arrived to rebuild the path from the river. The commune said they needed a concrete road for cleanliness and convenience and to let vehicles pass. The children felt a pang. The old women regretted the flowers. A few households were glad there would be no mud. The apprentice, now the master, a broad-shouldered man who had lived through many seasons of rain and drought, stood watching the machine grind up the old earth. Flowers being scraped away like a line of poetry crossed out. A wave rose in his chest. But he did not get angry. He only asked the machine operator to pause. Then took a twig and drew a thin channel along the edge of the newly poured road. A groove no wider than a finger. He brought out the cracked jar and walked once from the river back to the yard, letting water seep along that little channel. A week later, along the concrete's edge, purslane, not grass, and tiny morning glories sprouted where the earth stayed moist, gripping the narrow seam. A month later, a slim green ribbon ran parallel to the straight road, like a soft silk strip walking alongside a rigid ruler. Passers-by felt a coolness in their eyes. Children had flowers to pick again. A few old women gathered those herbs for medicine. Someone sighed in relief. The master smiled, placed his hand on the cracked jar's side, and whispered, "We are still doing our work." The wind carried that sentence off without leaving a trace, leaving only a small shiver on the skin of whoever stood near. At the end of this story, which, truthfully, has no real end, night falls and the kiln still glows. The wheel still turns. The river runs green and thick after a storm. And the cracked jar still drips its steady drops along a path that has changed and yet remains the same path. If you pass through that pottery village on some evening when your feet are tired, you can sit under the potter's eaves and lean your back against a wooden post polished by years of backs. Listen to the faint opening of morning glory petals. Listen to bamboo leaves touching like fingertips breathing. You will see a thin damp streak on the ground leading from the riverbank to the eaves, running beside the little channel like a line of handwriting. Not pretty in the way of a machine font, but warm with a human touch. And if you ask about the cracked jar, the potter, now an old man, or gone but leaving behind an apprentice who knows how to smile, will only smile and not tell a long tale. Because the story is already in front of you. Flowers blooming along the damp streak. Children pinning a blossom into each other's hair as they run. An old woman picking a few sprigs of purslane for soup. A traveler stopping to breathe out softly as if lifting a pack from his shoulders. You will understand, without anyone explaining, that there are breaks that do not ask to be patched. Because they are the path water takes to wake the flowers. There are parts we think are extra that become exactly what someone else needs. There are imperfect things that take our hand and lead us through hard seasons. So we see that life is not a jar stretched tight and flawless at the rim, but a vessel that knows when and where to leak, so dry ground can grow moist again, so sleeping seeds can wake, so a hard gaze can soften. And right there as you sit, hearing a drop fall from the crack and sink into the earth, you can draw a long breath in and let it out slowly and feel that in your own chest there is a crack that once made you ashamed. And you realize that all this time, that very line has been the path that lets your heart grow gentler with others. So nameless flowers can bloom along a road that appears on no map. Yet everyone who passes sees with cooler eyes and lighter shoulders. Story 4: The Last Leaf on the Temple Roof. On a late autumn afternoon when the wind blew back from the valley carrying the smell of stored straw and faraway cooking smoke, lay slanted on the ridgeline of the mossy tiles like a note that lingered after the song had ended. The novice, who had just finished sweeping the other leaves in the courtyard, looked up and saw it, yellow washed with green, thin as the last bell tone. He stood absolutely still for a long time, his heart tightening a little, as if a blink would make the season fall with it. He thought that if that leaf left the roof, autumn would end at once. Slow afternoons would be folded away. The insects in the cracks of stone would stop their droning, and the faint warmth in the main hall would change its voice. He feared that the way one fears a goodbye he has not prepared for. Just then the master walked by, his brown robe faded by dusty roads, an old bamboo broom in his hand. He stopped and looked up at the same spot. He said nothing for a long moment, then breathed out very softly and said a sentence light as setting a small pebble in a palm. Let it stay there. When it is ready, it will fall. He walked on, leaving behind the smell of pine wind and the scuff of sandals on brick like a small wave running through the novice's mind. From that day on, the leaf became his secret clock. Every morning after the early practice, he looked up to the roof, measuring the wind by how far the stem trembled, measuring the dew by how much the veins shone, measuring patience by how many times he wanted to climb up and did not climb. He hid a rope and a bamboo pole behind the storage shed. There were moments when he wanted to reach out and save it each time the valley sent a wild herd of wind through. But the master's words stood like the main pillar of the eaves, telling him to let time do the work of time. He practiced standing on the porch and breathing deep, noticing which sound arrived first: the sand crabs scraping at the bank or the bullfrogs calling each other from the lotus pond. Then breathing out slowly until the urge to hold on thinned out like smoke. At noon, when the sun slid into the cut of the mountains, the roof heated and the old tiles gave off a faint scent. Patches of moss glinted like the skin of a lizard that had just passed. The leaf lay still as if asleep, but in truth it was in conversation with countless invisible things. A strand of spider silk stretched between two tiles like a fragile bridge. A night's drop of dew clinging at the stem and then drying. Tiny sparrow footprints testing the edge. The soundless signs of wind shifting. All of them pushed, tugged, coaxed, insisted, and the leaf stayed there, breathing on its own beat, reminding the novice that persistence is not stubbornness. It is yielding to each change without forgetting oneself so hard that one shatters. By evening, clouds piled up from the mountains like a pot of sticky rice at the moment the lid is lifted. Slanting rain swept across the courtyard. Water roared along the gutter, soaked into the ground and rose as a warm smell. The novice, unable to help himself, ran to the eaves and used his own body to shield against the wind as if he could blunt the blade of the water, and looked up at the leaf. It shook all over. The stem twisted like the last thread holding the two halves of a story. He thought this would be the moment it let go. But the rain ended. The clouds split in two. A thin sickle of moon sparked at the rim of the sky. And the leaf was still there. A small figure. Proud. The master came to stand beside him. He did not scold. He only asked, "Do you hear the silence after the rain?" The novice listened and found that beneath the drops from the eaves and the soft pat of banana leaves still shedding water, there was a layer of quiet like a thin blanket over the valley. And within that quiet the leaf rested like a word that had not yet met its period. The next day, villagers came to the temple for water and told how the harvest was done. Straw was drying on the banks. The women were twisting cords for brooms. And the children followed the smell of fresh green rice treats. Everyone said the season was over. Each time the novice heard the word, "over," he looked up for the leaf as if waiting for a nod of confirmation. It did not nod. It opened its own lesson. There are endings that are not declared by mouths, but by a light touch of wind at the right hour. So he changed the way he waited. He no longer waited for the leaf to fall as one waits for an ending. He waited the way a gardener waits for a flower to open in its season. Each morning he swept the yard clean of the leaves that had already fallen. Each afternoon he stacked the water buckets neatly, dried the broom handle, moved more slowly and more evenly, not letting his eyes glue themselves too long to the roof, but letting his ears go deeper into the small things happening here. Once, an old woman from the foot of the mountain came to exchange a bowl. The old bowl's chipped rim had cut her lip and made her embarrassed. The novice held the bowl in both hands and set it on the wooden table as one sets down a long-held shame. He chose another bowl for her and brought it out with a smile that did not apologize on anyone's behalf. Escorting her to the gate, he remembered he had not looked at the leaf that morning. He turned back to the eaves. The sky had already turned violet. The leaf was a dark ink stroke on velvet. A firefly off-season drifted by. Its green light touched the veins for 1 second and went out. The novice suddenly understood that persistence does not live only in the clinging stem. It also lives in the person who knows where and when to place his gaze without abandoning what needs him. Weeks passed. The temple repaired the eave beams. An old carpenter came from the woodcutter's village, shouldering ironwood that smelled bitter with sap. The saw's rasping went on like scripture chanted at night. Sawdust fell on the novice's hair like fired snow. He still looked up now and then and saw the leaf grow a bit more yellow at the edges and the veins darken like small crisscrossing roads. The spider silk from before snapped in a strange gust. In its place a thin line of moss sprouted beside a tile and stroked the leaf like a child's hand. One day storm clouds gathered from the sea. Noon went dark. The wind rolled as if someone were running with cheeks clamped tight. Bamboo hissed. Doors slammed. The novice hugged an armful of sutras and ran into the main hall. Just in time to hear a faint crack. His heart dropped into his stomach. He hurried to the eaves, but saw only a thick curtain of rain. The roof blurred. The leaf was gone. His heart skipped. It felt as if he had let a farewell slip away forever. His chest filled tight. The master came, placed a hand on his shoulder without looking up, and said, "Wait until the rain softens." The rain did gentler a moment later. The watery curtain thinned like a stage scrim being drawn aside. And there it was, the leaf, still there, pressed flat against the tile by the rain. When the wind shifted, it sprang up again, trembling like a small bird sprung free of a snare. The novice laughed, ashamed of his panic and grateful for the odd mercy before him. The master smiled and said, "When the water pressed it down, it did not take that as failure. It was simply another posture of staying." The sentence hung between the smell of wet earth and a far bell. And it settled into the novice's heart like another leaf, soft and deep. That night he did not go out to the eaves. He sat longer than usual in the meditation hall, listening to the rain move away, listening to the crickets return, listening to the steady drip from the newly repaired eaves. He thought of how many times he had been pressed down by someone's words, by a small mistake, by a wave of tiredness. If he took each pressing as failure, he would break. If he took it as another posture of staying, he would spring back, at least inside. The next day turned dry and clear. The north wind had started. County traders hurried past the gate with red cheeks and breath like thin trails of smoke. The novice took warm hearth ash and scattered it around the roots to keep them from the cold. Swept a reasonable number of fallen leaves. Wedged the wobbly slab at the threshold. And only then looked up to the roof. He met a quiet scene that felt almost sad. A black crow from the pine forest landed on the roof peak. Peered about, pecked a dry clump of moss. Gave the leaf an impatient side glance. Then flew off, leaving a sky so clear it seemed you could hear the silence itself. That afternoon the master told the novice to come down to the village and visit an old blacksmith with a hurting back. They went. The hammer struck at a slow beat. The trough of coals glowed like the eyes of a tired man. The old smith smiled and said the pain was great, but he was still glad because his hand still had weight. The novice understood that in a human life the stem of a leaf is skill. Good habit, a small solid task done well. When he returned, evening had started. The column shadows stretched long like bridges. He looked up. The leaf still had not fallen. It was browner now, light as a wisp of smoke. The stem was so thin he thought a single strong breath would snap it. But he did not breathe hard. He stood back and placed a hand to his chest to remember that each in and out at the right measure is a string that keeps him on the roof of life. At daybreak, the fog was thick. The mountains lost their edges. Trees nearby seemed far away. The early bell rang, bouncing off the fog into invisible circles. The novice stepped out to the eaves. The cold bit his ears. His breath turned white. At that very moment the north wind changed its rhythm. It was not strong, only enough to stroke. The leaf turned once as if in greeting, left the roof, and fell so slowly the novice could read every vein. It did not drop like a stone. It moved like a small boat pushed from its mooring, gliding through the first stripe of sunlight spreading across the courtyard. It touched a leftover strand of silk, paused a beat, then went on, and finally came to rest in the novice's palm. Not because he had reached for it, but because it fell to the very place he was holding out to catch the dew. He did not close his hand. He did not hurry to set it down. He simply stood there and let the leaf rest, warming in a human hand. The master stood a step above, watching, smiling without a sound. An old cat crossed the porch without bothering to look back. The novice knew that this moment did not need words. The persistence the leaf taught was not clinging until one is spent. It was staying present with wind and rain and sun and pressure and release. Then letting go at the right time, the way one breathes out. Without drama, without regret, without needing witnesses, he stepped into the middle of the yard and lifted the leaf to eye level. The newborn sun shone through its veins into lines of light. He heard the water in the jar echo the moon of last night still somewhere in his mind. Then he opened his hand and let the leaf fall again. This time it touched the ground with a soft sound, like someone placing a period at the end of a sentence. He did not pick it up, did not press it between pages, did not tuck it into scripture. He simply swept it lightly with the other leaves into a corner. Tomorrow it would go to the compost to feed the vegetable beds behind the temple, so that next season a new green would arise to continue a yellow that had departed. That day he did everything as usual, only half a beat slower, and felt that each motion, wringing the cloth, resting the broom, opening the door, closing the lattice, had the leaf's shadow moving with it, not asking to be remembered, only asking to be done. As evening fell, the valley turned purple and the cold wind slipped deep through his sleeves. The master sat on the step and called to him and said, "Persistence does not stretch a season longer. Persistence makes each day not wasted." The novice sat down. He did not answer. He only listened. Outside, the roof of the temple was empty now. There was no leaf left. Yet he did not feel empty. He felt full, like the well the other night that still held the moon even after the oil lamp had gone out. He looked up at the mossy tiles and saw small cracks like rain's footpaths. Saw fresh moss just gripping an edge. Saw a strand of straw caught between two tiles like a smile. He knew the season had changed. But peace had not moved house. It had only changed its coat. From then on, whenever anyone asked the novice about waiting, he told the tale of the last leaf. He told it very briefly. Because what needs to be long is not the words. What needs to be long is the breath. The rhythm of doing a small task until it is done. The knowing when to stop, the way the leaf left at the right hour. The seeing all the way through a season without hurrying to find the ending. Then on some morning, when you open your hand to catch dew, you see that what you waited for so long lies there in simple peace. You no longer need to hold on, because your hand itself has learned how not to grasp. The story number 5, The Guest and the Foggy Mirror. In a small temple on the hillside, there was a little room that few people noticed. On the wall hung a bronze mirror. Its surface already faded with time. The frame was carved with simple patterns, but it was spotted with rust. The mirror no longer shone like it once had. Instead, it was covered with a misty film, as if wrapped in fog. Those living in the temple were used to it. To them, it was just an old forgotten object. They only used it to hang a towel or glance at themselves casually. No one ever paid much attention. One day, a traveler came to the temple. His figure looked weary, his clothes covered in dust from the road, and his eyes were red, like a man who had spent many sleepless nights. The master of the temple offered him tea. He sat in silence for a long while before speaking. "I have traveled everywhere searching for clarity in my heart. But the more I wander, the more lost I feel. It is as if a heavy fog covers both my inside and my outside." The master did not answer. He simply said, "Before you leave, try looking into the mirror in the next room." The traveler stepped in and stood before the foggy bronze mirror. He was startled. The mirror reflected his shadow faintly. Dark patches scattered across his face. His eyes looked like two dying embers. He sighed. "Master, this mirror is broken. It is so dirty that I can hardly recognize myself." At that moment, the master entered, holding a rough cloth in his hand. He gently wiped a long stroke across the mirror. The thick dust came off, revealing a clear, bright surface that made the traveler recoil in surprise. He could now see the silver strands in his hair and every wrinkle around his eyes. The master smiled softly. "Sometimes, it is not the mirror that is clouded, but your own eyes that are covered in dust. And sometimes, the dust does not lie in the mirror, but within your own heart." The traveler fell silent. He touched the mirror. The icy chill seeped into his skin like a wordless awakening. He looked longer, and in that sudden light he saw not only his tired face, but also the child he once was. A child sitting by the river, sending flower petals drifting downstream, dreaming of the day he would grow up and be as free as the waves. He saw his youthful years of passion and ambition, chasing after countless things, yearning to conquer. He also saw the days of failure, when he stumbled and fell. That face never disappeared, it had only been covered with layers of dust. He realized that in life, many times he had blamed the mirror, the circumstances, or other people for dimming his reflection, while in truth, it was only his own dust that he had not yet cleaned away. From that day on, he asked to stay at the temple for a while. Every morning he would wake early to wash his face in the stream. Every evening he would visit that small room and stand before the bronze mirror. Each time, he would wipe away a little more. Gradually, the mirror grew brighter, yet strangely, the clearer it became, the more he realized that what truly needed clarity was not in the bronze, but in the way he looked. Some days, the mirror was perfectly clear, but his eyes filled with tears as he saw the face of his late father standing behind him. Some days, the mirror still had cloudy spots, but his heart felt at peace, no longer needing full transparency to find stillness. The master told him, "A human life is no different from a mirror. You do not need to polish it until your reflection disappears. You only need to wipe enough so that you can see yourself standing here today." On the day he left the temple, the traveler bowed to the master and also to the foggy bronze mirror. On his way home, he passed through a village and saw a child crying beside a broken water jar. The child looked into the muddy water, upset because he could not see his reflection. The traveler smiled, sat down, and gently stirred the water with his hand. Slowly, the water settled, and the child's small face appeared clearly. The child stopped crying. The traveler understood. From now on, he would no longer blame the foggy mirror. Instead, he would learn to clean the dust from his own eyes and his own heart first. And as he continued down the road, he realized one thing clearly. Some clouds and stains exist only to teach us how to look deeper, not to make us give up. The traveler left the temple that day as if stepping out of a bank of mist. His footsteps felt strangely light, but when the rolling hills gave way to the tight alleys of the city, the cries of street vendors, the scrape of wheels on stone, and the shouts from small shop fronts crashed over him like a wave. That lightness thinned at once. And he realized the lesson in the mirror room had been only the first swipe of a cloth. The next morning, he went to the barber shop at the market's edge to tidy his hair and beard after many days on the road. The large mirror in front of him reflected the whole row of chairs. Bottles of green oil, jars of pomade, and a face that was no longer a lost wanderer but still carried the dark half-moons of fatigue. The barber made small talk, turning his questions this way and that. The traveler answered unhurriedly, watching the scissors open a path and close a path. All at once, the man in the next chair lifted his head. He recognized the traveler as the one who had made him lose money in a deal years ago. Words had once sparked like flint between them. Today their eyes brushed for a moment. Heat ran up the traveler's face like fire racing through dry straw. He felt the urge to speak a sentence sharp as a blade to cut off that old humiliation. Right then, the image of the master's hand wiping a single stroke across the dull bronze mirror returned to him. He breathed in slowly and breathed out slowly. In the large mirror, among the bright bottles and the flashing shears, he caught his own eyes. He did not look away. He looked straight and saw that flare of heat for what it was. Dust just now stirred. He touched a bead of sweat at his temple with his sleeve as if dabbing away a speck of dust. Then turned to the other man and spoke quietly, his voice not dropping someone but gently catching them. Back then I was hasty and blind. If I could go back, I would do it differently. If there is still anything stuck in your heart now, please give me a word so I can wipe it clean. The other man was taken aback. The tightness in his throat loosened like a violin string being tuned down. He did not answer right away. He only said, "Let it go." They finished their haircuts, stood, and shook hands. That handshake did not settle the whole past, but it was enough to keep the present from darkening further. Outside the shop, the morning sun slid over tin roofs. The wind carried the smell of rice porridge and grapefruit blossoms tangled in the damp of clothes. He thought, it turns out that polishing the mirror in a noisy market is the same as polishing the mirror in a quiet room. The difference is that the hand does not hold a cloth, it holds the breath. And the point of that wiping is not to make himself gleam, but to see another person less distorted in his own eyes. When he reached his mother's house, the old wooden door creaked open onto a yard mottled with sunlight. His mother sat winnowing rice. Silver strands of hair had fallen on her brown blouse like streaks of mist. She looked up and called his name the way one calls a child who has come home after picking thorns from his feet. Her thin hand cupped his cheek, her eyes wet. That night, he lay on the bamboo bed of his childhood and listened to rain drumming on banana leaves in the corner of the garden. The rain pounded the roof and dissolved into the dark. All the stories he had carried with him broke apart like rice flour in water. He slept deeply. At dawn he brewed tea for his mother. In the cup was a face that was not trying to hold itself together. She looked and smiled. "Your eyes are brighter." He answered, "I only wiped away a little dust." She chuckled and reminded him that the round mirror hanging in the main room had been dull for a long time. If he had a moment, he could polish it. He brought it out and looked at the fine scratches like the fingerprints of time. He took a clean cloth, warm in his palm, and wiped in slow circles. Dust clung to the fibers the way ash clings to chopstick tips. Patches of brightness opened one by one. Strangely, each bright patch returned a piece of memory. Here was the new year when he was 10. Whitewashing tree trunks with his father. Here was the flood season when his mother carried him across the current. Here was the day his father died. He looked into his own eyes and did not hide, letting tears fall as a kind of deep cleaning that made no noise. At noon a neighbor came to borrow a scale. Her voice was sweet but hesitant, because long ago she had argued with his father over a boundary line. He welcomed her, poured tea, and set the scale on the table as lightly as setting down a heart that had shaken off its dust. They agreed to measure the fence again when they had time, determined not to rip the fabric of the neighborhood over a single taut string. In the days that followed, he cleared out the small attic and found in an old wooden chest a shard of a broken mirror. Its backing had thinned to pale silver like morning mist. He washed it, wrapped it in a cloth, and tucked it under his pillow as a reminder. Each night before sleep, he looked into the small shard, not to check his hair, but to see how many layers of dust were in his eyes that day. Dust from a hasty word. Dust from a sneaking anger. Dust from comparing himself to others. Dust from a desire that did not belong to him. He did not torment himself. He simply named each layer and blew lightly, then closed his eyes at ease and let sleep come like another mirror turned inward. At daybreak he took the shard into the garden. He measured the sunshine on leaves, held it to a bead of dew wrapped around a blade of grass. And in that tiny drop he saw the whole sky turned upside down. He recognized light's simple magic trick. What we call real is only a temporary surface for an image to pass over. One day he returned to the market to help his mother sell produce. Amid the lively bargaining, the man from the old deal appeared unexpectedly. He stood for a while and then said, "Back then I was blind too. Not only you." They both laughed. In their laughter was the sound of old paper tearing, dust shaken from a roof, and rain suddenly sobering up. The man said his daughter had just passed her exam and dreamed of becoming a teacher. The traveler congratulated him. In both their eyes there was a kind of brightness that came not from a mirror but from an open heart. Word of the temple mirror spread through the neighborhood in a way no one planned. Like wildflower seeds drifting along a wet path. Some who heard the story laughed. Every mirror grows dull with the years. Others went quiet for a moment, then quietly checked their kitchens, polished the little mirror by the windowsill, and after polishing saw a face with a new wrinkle. Suddenly they did not resent it, because it looked like a crack in a watering jar that had coaxed a thin trail of grass to grow. A young woman, recently betrayed by a lover, came to ask his advice. Her eyes were swollen, her voice prickly. She said that life's mirrors were all broken now. So how could anyone see the truth? He handed her the little shard and told her to try reflecting the word, me, upon it. She looked and the word was crooked. He smiled and said, "Crooked is still a word, but you can read it slowly to know which strokes you want to rewrite." A broken mirror is not a reason to stop looking. It is a reason to look more gently so your hand will shake less. She fell silent, cried a while longer, then slept. In the morning she tied her hair herself, looked into the shard again, and the swelling had eased. Her gaze was no longer searching for someone to blame, only for a path of her own. Now and then he stumbled too. One day, tired, he heard a stray remark and thought poorly of someone. That night, the mirror showed a dark spot at the corner of his mouth. He was not afraid. He murmured, "That is dust," and wiped. Not on the glass, but on the story that had just grown old by one day. He went to the person and said, "This morning I was rude in my thoughts. I would like to take that back." The other blinked and laughed awkwardly. "Whoever apologizes for a thought?" He answered, "Thoughts gather the most dust." So the two of them cleared a patch of fog together. News that he accepted fault even before it turned into words spread around. Some mocked him as foolish, some called him weak. He did not argue, because he knew that arguing is also a glossy layer of dust. The more you polish it, the more brightly the self shines while everything else goes dim. Each evening he lit incense at his father's altar and prayed as if talking. That thanks to a foggy mirror he had learned to see more clearly. His father did not answer, but a breeze slipped through the window and touched the tip of the incense so the smoke curled. He understood. Some answers do not come as sentences. They come as the movement of air. One day a letter arrived from the master at the temple. The master's round script, faded with ink, invited him to come drink tea. The bronze mirror, the master wrote, had regained its antique sheen after several seasons of polishing. But the old wooden frame had cracked and needed repair. He brought the small shard along and climbed the hill. The old room still smelled of oil and dried cinnamon. The master set the mirror on the table, and together they took apart the frame. A section of wood crumbled like sawdust. The master said, "If the frame is weak, then even a bright mirror will fall." The traveler felt as if someone were speaking of body and mind, that sometimes polishing the mirror is the work of the heart, and sometimes fixing the frame is the work of the body, sleep, schedule, food, and rest, that cannot be neglected. He promised the master that back home he would sleep earlier, eat more gently, and stop pulling his nerves taut like a bowstring. When the frame was done, they hung the mirror again. It reflected the window, which opened onto a slice of blue sky like a bell ringing in fresh air. The master said, "Do not be enamored of a bright mirror. Be enamored of the stillness of the one who stands in the right place to look." The traveler smiled. He had begun to understand. On the way down the mountain, he stopped at the old stream to wash his face. In the water he saw pieces of sky pass without trying to be seen. He rolled the shard back into its cloth and, for the first time, felt no need to look in order to feel bright. Like the old well lamp that does not go out just because we stop searching for it. Back in the city, he began a new habit, a small bowl of water by the door. Everyone who visited was invited to wash their hands, less for cleanliness than as an invitation to pause. Looking at the flat water, they might notice the words they were about to say could be one shade lighter. One day a direct salesman stopped by, mouth running and eyes fixed on his watch. The traveler let him wash his hands, served water, waited for his breath to settle, then said, "Try saying what you planned to say again, but leave out the words, right now." The man, surprised, did as he asked. His voice dropped. His pushiness fell away like a raincoat being unbuttoned. A part of the mirror in his eyes brightened, not because he sold or lost something, but because he saw himself a little more clearly. News of the bowl of water by the door spread to the neighbors. Then the alley, then the market, then the school. Teachers set a bowl on their desks. Students dipped a ladle before reciting. One child watched the trembling shadow of a tropical almond tree in the bowl and drew it in a notebook, creating a picture unlike anyone else's. The teacher praised it, and a smile opened like a new bright streak on a freshly cleaned mirror. Drought season came. Dust blew thick along the roads. People were quick to snap. He noticed the bowl emptied faster, so he set out another. Once, someone dropped a bowl by accident. The mirror of water shattered across the tiles into little beads. He bent down to wipe it up and did not sigh, because he knew some breakages make a person slow down for 15 seconds and save them from one coarse sentence. Save them from pouring fire into someone else's ear. One evening, the neighbor's child ran over in tears because friends had teased him about his pitted face. The traveler held up the shard and let the boy look very close. He showed him how the tiny marks sparkled under the lamp like stars. He said, "It is not that the mirror is dull. We have merely forgotten to call those marks by beautiful names." The boy smiled through tears, slept better that night, and in the morning did not hide from the mirror. An old woman scolded by her daughter-in-law for being slow came to ask whether there was some curse in the house. He let her look in the shard and said, "You are not slow. You simply live by a different rhythm, like the second hand and the minute hand." She laughed and released a warm line, "Then let me be the minute hand." She went home and announced her steps ahead of time. Because of that, the daughter-in-law scolded less. The way people do not startle when they have already seen themselves in a mirror. A few times the little shards slipped and chipped. The silvering peeled back at a corner. He carried it into the sunlight and looked at the chip like a scar. It was not ugly. It made the reflection break into many beams, scattering tiny points of light across the wall. Children ran past and thought they were ghosts, laughing loudly. He remembered a cracked pot he had once glimpsed in a potter's village and the line of flowers along the damp seam. All at once, he felt that on every chip a nameless kind of light could grow. His mother weakened. Her eyes dimmed and her hands trembled. One afternoon she asked to look in the mirror. He helped her sit, carried the round mirror from the main room out to the porch. Dusk poured down like honey. In the glass, her face was like an old lake that only shows ripples when a breeze passes. She said, "There is no need to polish anymore. Son, I can see you right here." He smiled and wept, knowing there are mirrors that do not hang on walls but live in another person's heart. As long as we wipe them lightly each day. The funeral was simple. Neighbors came to pay respects. The bowl by the door filled with white blossoms. The small shard lay on the altar beside the old photograph. Anyone who stood there saw a slice of sky from the porch reflect into their eyes and carry a thread of gentleness. When it was over, he cleared the table, wrapped the shard back in its cloth, and felt as if he were storing away a letter already read to be kept for later. The words were not lost. They rested in the rise and fall of his breath. A few months later, the master from the temple made a rare trip to the city and stopped by his house. He saw the bowl by the door and the chipped shard and smiled. "How far have you polished now?" he asked. The traveler answered, "I still polish, but some days it is clear even when I do not." The master nodded, eyes pleased like a leaf falling at the right time. They sat in silence, watching sunset spread over the tile roofs. A distant vendor's call thinned and tied itself in knots. Chopsticks tapped bowls in simple suppers all around. The master said, The brighter the mirror, the more easily you see dust. Do not hate the dust. Dust is only a signal. The traveler smiled and felt life become light, like a towel hung in the exact right sun. People in the neighborhood sometimes called him Mirror Brother. Not to tease, but to remind each other there is a place to look when you go blind for a moment. A bowl of water to wash in when your hands have just touched something dirty. A bamboo chair under the eaves to sit for a breath before rushing on. Some tried to pull him into land disputes, wanting him to testify to who was right. He said, "I can only help wipe a corner of the view. I cannot do the court's work." Then he invited both sides to wash their hands and sit looking at each other in the bowl. At first both were angry. Then one person laughed because he saw his red ears in the water. The other laughed too. The story slowed down like a car shifting to a lower gear. Justice does not arrive on command, but the heat eased, and in a world of noise, every time a heat eases, a corner of the shared mirror is cleaned. On a rainy afternoon he passed a narrow alley and found a large mirror leaning against a wall. Cracked in rays, rain pooled in the fractures and formed tiny rivers. He stood looking for a long time and saw a different sky in every crack. The broken mirror still reflected even more than a flat one. He brought it home and set it up against the garden wall without fixing it, leaving it as a painting made by time. Everyone who came paused there. Their faces broke into many faces and then gathered themselves again. It was as if they saw they were not only one person but a small crowd walking through the roles of a life. He said, "Do not be afraid," and saw that no one was afraid anymore. Because people are only afraid when they think the mirror forces them into a single shape. Once they understand they are allowed to be many pieces, they are kinder to themselves. At year's end he wrapped the small shard with the old cloth and climbed to the temple, bringing fresh fruit, a bunch of bananas, and a bouquet of morning glories that grew along the concrete road. The master was sweeping leaves. He helped. Then they went into the mirror room. The bronze shone moderately, not glaring. The new frame was a gentle brown. The master asked, "Is there anything you still wish to polish?" He looked around, looked into the mirror, and saw a middle-aged man who no longer needed to prove anything, only to be present. He said, "I want to polish away my habit of scrubbing others more than I scrub myself." The master nodded. "The cloth is right here," he said. The traveler understood the cloth was not hanging on a hook. It lay between the tongue and the heart. You polish by taking out one extra word, by hearing the missing half of the other person's sentence, by making yourself less the center of every reflection. They sat drinking tea, pale but lasting, like the water in the bowl by the door, like a comma for haste. They stopped speaking and listened to the bell from afar. In that bell he saw not only the mirror on the wall, but other mirrors scattered everywhere. In the eyes of an old woman selling greens, in the shine of a pot lid someone had just polished, in a bead of oil floating on soup, in the streaks of rain on pavement glittering under evening lights. All of them reflected if he was willing to pause. He bowed to the master and carried the shard home, setting it on the table like placing a story that had finished but still hummed. That night, before sleep, he did not look into it. He simply turned off the lamp. In the dark he sensed a kind of brightness that needed no object, no surface, no words. It was a brightness like breathing, like a heartbeat, like the careful steps of an old cat on the roof. If anyone asked its name, he would call it presence. In that quiet light he knew, like someone who has polished enough for today, that tomorrow, if dust settled again, he would polish again, without weariness, without impatience, without wishing to make it gleam, only enough to recognize who stands before him and where he is. And he knew that the foggy mirror, by being foggy, did not burn the eyes, by being foggy. It made his hand slow, his breath slow, his gaze slow, and his love slow, so that no hurried image could fool him anymore. The story number 6, the bamboo flute's broken melody. Behind the temple, at the edge of the bamboo grove where the passing wind always left a rustle like an invisible hand combing the hair of the afternoon, there was a small clump of bamboo that had grown from an old root struck black by lightning a few years earlier. That summer storm had torn open the sky. Fire had raced along the sap. The bamboo stalk exploded with a sharp pop, then fell silent, but the root did not die. Later it sprouted plump green shoots, their stalks marked with brown scars like the handwriting of fire. The young novice often went to that spot after his daily chanting. He would sit and listen to the wind, to the bulbuls landing on the fresh tips, to the thread-thin water of the stream pulling itself over stones. One day he noticed a stalk just the right size for his hand. It was straight, hollow, with a faint crack running down its length like a fracture on dried pottery. He broke it down, trimmed both ends, bored several holes the way his master had taught him, then raised it to his lips. The first note was not round. It staggered like a toddler learning to walk. In the middle of the sound was a distinct fracture, a section that seemed about to die out, then unexpectedly burst into a strange tone. Light yet lingering, thin but unbroken. The novice was startled. He thought he must have drilled the holes wrong. He measured again, adjusted again, and blew once more. Still the flute kept that ridge in the middle, like a small stone under the current of a stream. That evening he brought the flute to his master and said he had ruined it. The master took it, placed the hollow to his ear as if listening to a pulse, then blew a short phrase, not any melody, only 3 long breaths like 3 human sighs. Suddenly that ridge became a little bridge that carried the sound across silence. The master smiled and returned it. A broken line is not a mistake. A broken line is one way to tell the truth. Listen to the wind in the bamboo. Do you hear a single note as round as a bell anywhere? The novice said nothing. He began to realize that his habit of always wanting things completely correct was another layer of dust that had long clung to his ears. In the days that followed, he practiced with the cracked flute. At first it was frustrating, because whenever he moved from low to high notes, the breath would stumble at the ridge and turn raspy for half a beat. But slowly he learned to move with that stumble, shaping his lips only gently, not forcing, letting the air find its own path. The thin rasp became a wooden step, shaky for a moment, then steadier. The master told him, "A perfect sound is one without a person inside it. A true sound is one that still carries the warmth of a person." The novice did not understand at once, but he noticed that each time he played, his heart felt less tense. He wanted less and less to fix the crack, and instead learned to live with it the way one lives with an old habit of their own, not condemning it, only adjusting the rhythm of breath. That summer there was a funeral in the village. The air was heavy. The sound of weeping blended with the cicadas into a raw chorus. The master told him to bring the flute. Not to perform, he said, to breathe evenly. The novice stood at the veranda of the mourning house. Inside, white cloths fluttered like weak butterfly wings. A child frightened of ghosts huddled in the corner. The novice lifted his flute. He meant to play a familiar tune, but remembered the master's words. He exhaled one long tone, then spoke through the flute with 3 breaths like 3 gusts of wind. At the ridge, the sound brushed by softly, like an elder's hand placed over a child's hand. The flute carried the clumsy honesty of sorrow. It was not polished. It had a flaw, yet it was that flaw that made 2 children stop staring into the shadows and turn inward to their own breathing. An old woman at the side sighed and her hunched shoulders released. A family member later placed a hand on the forehead of the deceased and whispered, "Go in peace." And for the first time the novice understood. In moments of farewell there is no place for perfection, only for sincerity to find its way. That night the master sat on the temple steps and said, "A broken sound slows us down. Do not repair it, use it to remind others to breathe." The novice held the flute against his chest, and the bamboo felt warm, as if part of his own body. From then on, every afternoon he went to the grove's edge to practice. He no longer tried to scrub away the crack. He listened to what it had to say. Some days it sounded like crickets changing their chorus at sunset, with a raspy pause like a story broken by emotion. Some days it was like rain striking the eaves and falling silent. Some days it was like wind snagged in a cluster of dry leaves before escaping again. All those imperfect sounds pressed themselves into his chest as music without notes. And he noticed that he, who once always wanted to finish things quickly and cleanly, had begun to learn how to wait where waiting was needed, and to stop where stopping was right. One day a retired schoolteacher in the village heard of a boy at the temple who played strangely, but with peace. He invited the novice to the clinic, saying there was an old woman bedridden, wheezing, unable to sleep at night. The novice came. The room smelled of menthol and cough syrup. The old woman was frail, her eyes cloudy but attentive. He stood at her bedside and played very softly. The flute's notes crept like the paws of a cat across the floor. When the broken place came, he slowed deliberately, letting her catch her breath. 1, 2, 3. At the raspy point, he lowered his air. She exhaled longer, her cough easing. After about 15 minutes she slipped into thin sleep, her cheeks slack, her hand unclenching from the paper fan. The teacher nodded gratefully. In that moment, more than any praise, the novice felt the cracked bamboo lighten in his hands, as if it had laid down a bundle of stones. It knew it was being used in the right place. The master later cautioned, "Do not let your flute turn you into a healer who performs. Keep it like a bowl of water by the doorstep. Whoever passes thirsty may drink." The novice remembered that sentence as if it were a wooden peg holding his small boat steady. From then on he rarely played loudly in crowds. Instead, he chose quiet corners, behind a house where someone was ill, in the back of a classroom where a child startled easily, by the fields at dusk when laborers' arms grew tired. Wherever a long breath was needed, he came, placing his flute as a bridge across the stumble. One day in the marketplace, A customer scoffed, saying, "That flute's voice is flawed. If you fix the crack or replace the stock, the sound will be smooth like the radio." The novice smiled and held the flute to the man's ear. "Listen to the wind inside it." The man laughed, thinking it a joke, but when the novice played a short phrase, at the raspy point a child walking past stopped, eyes wide, then suddenly grinned for no reason. The customer said nothing more, because some things cannot be argued with reason. That night, though, the novice still wrestled with doubt. Was he simply using "different" as an excuse for less? He confessed this to his master. The master only asked, "Are you being honest?" The question was as simple as a leaf falling on water, rippling silence outward. The novice looked at the cracked ridge, remembered the bamboo root once burned by lightning, and thought, out of that hollow scar had grown the new shoots. The sound he now held carried the scent of old rain, the mark of old fire. If he sanded everything smooth, he would erase a history that needed to remain. After that, he resolved to carry his difference with care. The way one carries a scar on the forehead, not hiding it, not showing it off, simply keeping it as an identity card to help him remember his path. Storm season came. The wind grew heavy and low. The bamboo grove screamed like strings on a violin someone had forgotten to wax. One night, a violent storm shifted a row of roof tiles, and rain hammered the windows as if fists were pounding on the gate. The master coughed, lay on his side, eyes still bright, and told the novice, "Play. Not to soothe me. Play so that the whole temple knows we are still breathing." The novice stepped onto the veranda. Rain struck his face like grains of salt. He raised the flute. The first breath was snapped in half by the wind. The note shattered. He laughed helplessly. But remembering his master's words, "Go with it," he turned his body, letting his back shield the gusts. He allowed the storm to beat the drum, while he became the trembling umbrella. The flute's voice was no gentle stream that night. It was the sound of a person walking through rain who knows when to bow his head and when to open his shoulders to the wind. At the cracked ridge, the gusts whistled through, making the tone rasp like an old man telling a story. Even the pounding rain became part of the chorus. It no longer tore apart. It harmonized. After that night, several houses near the grove had collapsed. Villagers came to the temple to sleep. Children laughed at the strangeness of it. Adults sighed in relief. The master told them, "Even storms know how to walk." The novice quietly dried the flute. The crack had widened slightly, its fibers dark like burnt honey. He rubbed a thin layer of beeswax along its edge, not to seal it, only to give the fracture a border. The way a path is marked along a ditch so carts will not sink. Late in autumn, the master grew visibly weaker. His breaths shortened. His words snapped like a kite string tugged too hard by the wind. Yet his eyes still caught those who stood before him. He asked the novice to bring the flute, took his hand, and whispered, "When I was young, I too wanted every note to be correct. Then I learned, the truest note is the sound of a human being." The novice half understood, half did not. Tears ran down his wrist. The bamboo burned in his palm like it had a heartbeat. He sat by the bed and played 3 breaths, just as on the first day. This time, the cracked ridge sounded like a comma in a farewell sentence, not choking, only slowing half a step so someone had time to let go. The master departed like a thin breeze slipping from a sheet of cloth, no drama. No crash, only as if the sweeper had set down his broom. The firekeeper had shut the stove. The drummer had stopped exactly on beat. The novice knew that from then on, every time he raised the flute, the first note would carry the weight of another hand pressed against his chest. In the ceremonies that followed, he played for the congregation. The flute's broken tones gently pushed aside thoughts of, should be this, or should be that, leaving only what is. Gradually, people came to him, since hearing the flute. I can finally sleep. I frown less. I apologized to my husband. I called my mother. Small sentences, like leaf touching leaf, yet enough to make a forest turn toward the wind. The next year, a troupe of musicians from town invited him onto the stage to perform meditation music. Their posters showed glossy flutes gleaming under bright lights. He refused, saying, "A flute does not belong under spotlights." They told him he was wasting his gift. He smiled. "The flute belongs in darkness." They shook their heads and left. He was not angry. He simply saw more clearly the difference between sound meant for listening and sound meant for applause. Still, he did one thing. He invited a few of them to the temple veranda. No lights, only the moon. He played a short piece. At the cracked ridge, the night wind paused half a beat. Afterward, one young woman said, "I remembered my grandfather." Then she cried, then laughed, then yawned, then slept. In the morning she thanked him. And that was enough. He thought, music does not need a crowd. It only needs the right listener. Just as rain does not have to cover the whole plain to raise a single row of grass by the ditch. Time passed. Many more flutes were born from that grove, some round in tone, some raspy, some cracked. The novice, now with silver in his hair, broke the stalks that split too wide and hung them in a rack. He never threw them away. One night he discovered that when the wind blew through the drying flutes, they made a strange harmony. He hung them under the eaves, and the wind played them like a choir of bells the temple had never bought. Sometimes he placed a cricket inside a cracked flute. Its chirping resonated, deepened. When he released it, the insect sang again by the grass. But clearer, fresher. He laughed, realizing even a tiny creature could receive from a crack a small lesson. Children now gathered as his students. Some wanted to play the right notes. Some wanted to sound beautiful. He taught them first to sit, to place the flute across their knees as if resting a hand on their belly, to breathe 3 times, and only then to blow a single note. Do not play a string of notes, he told them, until you know where one note lands inside you. At first they pouted. Later they understood, not because they obeyed, but because one day they found that the crack of a flute had taught them to mend one of their own sharp habits. Music had seeped into their character without a lecture. Once the villagers invited him and his students to the primary school. The classroom smelled of chalk dust and new notebooks. Children scampered about. Some sat crouched. The teacher smiled apologetically. He said, "Let them be like young shoots." Then he played a game of hide and seek on the cracked flute. At the raspy ridge he stopped for a breathless pause. The children all tilted their heads. A few giggled. A few gasped. Oh. Then the whole class fell silent for one beat. The teacher whispered, "It is the first time this class has ever gone quiet." He thought, Perhaps children do not need perfect tones. They need something true, to wake the truth inside them. As he left, a little girl held his hand and asked, "Uncle, is your flute hurt?" He replied, "It hurts, but it sings." She laughed, "Like my knee is scraped, but I still run." He laughed with her, knowing the lesson had reached the right place. One day he returned to the old bamboo root. The grove had thickened, the lightning scars had faded beneath moss. He brushed aside dry leaves and saw a new shoot no larger than a finger. He covered it again and poured a ladle of well water. Cloudy from last night's rain. On its surface lay his reflection and the skies. He stuck his small knife in the soil as a marker and murmured, "Grow well." Then he sat a long time, playing softly, as if for the seedling to hear. Behind him, the drying flutes under the eaves rang together, 8, 9 voices, cracked and smooth mingled, like a cloud of sound resting on the roof tiles. He leaned against the bamboo trunk and understood what the master had meant. The truest note is the sound of a person. It was not a riddle. It meant that a true sound always contains a human place. And humans breathe, air, tire, soften, break, mend, and open again. The broken tones of the flute were maps of those fractures. Guides through bends not marked on any chart. Each time he lifted the flute, the crack reminded him where he was still rigid and invited him to soften half a beat. At night in the meditation hall, he played a farewell to the day. The notes passed through wooden columns worn smooth by human hands. The broken sound of the flute brushed against the tiny cracks in the beams. And together they resonated, a harmony of bamboo and wood, of human and day, of wound and recovery, before dissolving like bubbles on stirred water. If anyone asked why he did not craft a perfectly round flute, he answered, not because he could not, but because in roundness there is often the illusion that everything must be silent. A broken line accepts the voices of the human heart. And for that reason, it teaches us to breathe deeper so that we may speak less. Years later, when he had become the master of others, his hair more silver than green, people brought him cracked flutes asking to repair them. He only smiled, lifted each to his ear, and listened. What story was the fracture telling? If it was trying to close its mouth to hold water, he sealed it. If it was trying to leak so as to water the ground, he left it. If it only wanted to remind the player to slow down, he kept it. And those who brought their flutes home sometimes found nothing had changed. But that night they slept more deeply, knowing that within their sound remained a streak of humanness, a streak not to be fixed, and because of it, the flute had a soul. Years later, the temple roof aged quietly, darkening like a piece of seasoned wood. The bamboo at the forest's edge kept growing in the bamboo way, hesitant where it had always been, vigorous where it was new. The cracked flute and the master had passed through enough sorrow and joy that its rough ridge had become a signature no one could mistake. One day a group from town came asking to use the temple as a gathering place. They said they would hold a festival called the Sound of the Mountain, and they needed someone to lead with silent sound. It sounded strange and a little embarrassing. The master smiled softly and handed the task to his student. "Play the way you breathe," he said. "Do not play the way they expect." So on the afternoon before the festival, the master carried out the old broken bamboo tubes that had been drying under the eaves and hung them along the corridor. the most cracked ones low so even a weak breeze could touch them. The smooth ones high so only a strong wind would call them. Below, he set out a few old bamboo stools, bowls of water, a straw broom, just like any other day. Except that strangers would be walking through. On the festival day they built a stage on the grass at the foot of the hill. They brought speakers and lights and posters with instruments gleaming on them. There were even performers in sleek black cloaks. At showtime the clouds rolled in. The rain fell in loose threads but refused to turn into a downpour. The wind rushed along the veranda and set the bamboo wind chimes, singing as if someone were plucking an invisible rope. The master did not go down to the meadow. He sat on the temple steps. The student stood between two rows of columns, lifted the cracked flute as if raising a hand to greet the wind, and blew one long nameless breath. The first tone bent out of shape under the wind. At the ridge, the rasp flipped into a moment of silence, then returned half a note lower, like someone who had just burst into tears and then held it back with a long breath. People holding cameras lowered their hands. Children who had been restless edged back and leaned into their mothers. The cloaked performers climbed to the top of the path and stopped, not for ceremony, but because they felt they had arrived at a place where there was no need to step farther. The student did not hurry to impress. He simply repeated 3 cycles of breath, letting the wind do what it wanted, letting the fracture do what it knew, letting silence do what no one had planned for. 15 minutes thinned away like a single strand of silk. People realized they did not know when the rain had stopped. They heard the soft touch of feet on the steps. They even heard a gecko slide across a patch of peeling lime. And finally each heard the master's voice inside them. The truest note is the sound of a human being. Down on the meadow the festival lit up. The music boomed, and the lights flashed, but many walked the long way up to the veranda and sat, watching the bamboo tubes tremble. They felt the ridge inside themselves humming along. Afterward the town invited the master to give a talk, but he said the wind was a better listener and sent his student to the district school for a day. The campus was wide, the classrooms many, the walls plastered with bright slogans. The principal bowed and asked for a lively tune. The student smiled. "I only know how to play for quiet," he said. He went to the class of a boy who stuttered. He always stumbled on the word, mother. Face flushing like someone holding his breath too long. The teacher was flustered. The other children sometimes laughed. The student set the cracked flute on the boy's desk. "Put your hand here," he said. "You do not need to blow." Then he himself played slowly. At the ridge he stopped for half a beat and looked the boy in the eyes, as if saying, "You are allowed to stumble." 3 times he did this. Suddenly the boy said, "Mother," clear and round, and then stopped, then smiled, then cried. The teacher cried too. The whole class went quiet like a field just harvested. As he left, the student took no credit. He only asked the teacher to place a bowl of water by the door. Let them rinse their hands before speaking aloud, he said. Water loosens the words stuck in the throat. She did as he asked and wrote a month later. Many words have started to flow. That same season, the bamboo edge behind the temple was surveyed by the commune. They planted red stakes and said a concrete road would be built. The wind would have a faster path. Motorbikes would reach the temple. Convenient. The master nodded. Convenient. But that night, counting the stakes, He told his student, "If the wind goes too fast, it will stop hearing us." The next morning they went to the office together. They did not argue. They only asked to keep a band of bamboo 2 arm spans wide along the new road. People laughed. "What for?" The student brought them to the veranda and asked them to stand still. The wind rose and the bamboo chimes rang. The entire corridor resonated. The officials did not know what to call it, but their eyes softened and their heads nodded. The road was built, and the bamboo band remained like a slender vein. And just as expected, when the motorbikes came honking by, the bamboo tones broke and rejoined and caught the sound. The road had noise, but it also had a bass note, so the noise did not swallow all the quiet. In the late afternoons, people coming home from work often stopped at the veranda, holding their helmets like cradling a head that had just passed through a storm. A few minutes of listening let them go down the hill lighter by a pound. The cracked flute began to age the way old bamboo does. The inner fibers dried. The split edges opened a sliver. On humid days the tone grew deeper, on dry days it thinned. Some said, "Get another flute." The student shook his head. "This one knows the way inside my chest better." But he was not stubborn. He stroked a thin line of beeswax along the edge to keep the lip from tearing, like taping the rim of a wound so it would not flare open. The tape does not heal. It gives the flesh time to remember how to close. During a service to pray for peace for a recently discharged soldier, he woke with a start at night, dreaming of explosions. His wife sat beside him with shoulders tensed as if she could carry some of it. The student played. At the ridge he dropped lower than usual and held longer. Not to stretch a show, but to give the man enough time to breathe a length of memory out. That half-beat lasted a year. Then it passed. The next inhale sounded like a roof drying quickly after a storm. The soldier shook the master's hand after the rite. His grip warm, his gaze direct. "I slept 2 nights without a single blast," he said. Behind him, his wife unclipped her beret and smoothed her hair as if letting a string go. In a nearby village lived an old blacksmith, back bent, hands still hot, eyes still lit. Lately the charcoal had been unreliable, too hot and the steel turned brittle, too cool and the steel died. He asked the student to come to the forge and listen for me. The student sat by the bellows and breathed with the blacksmith's feet. When the fire flared too high, he played a phrase with a ridge in the middle so the smith would ease the bellows. When the fire sagged, he pushed a high note so the bellows would rise. A few weeks later the steel was steady. Blades lifted from the quench and rang clear as if touching a far bell. The blacksmith nodded. Even fire needs a friend who speaks the language of breath. The student laughed. And fire needs to remember to rest. He borrowed some charcoal to warm damp flutes. The bamboo drank the smoke. The tone rose a shade like a voice after a bowl of ginger tea. Another year, a traveling troupe took shelter from the rain at the temple. They had horns and strings. The leading lady's voice soared so high that sparrows scattered from the eaves. When she tired, her voice broke and could not carry. She sat on the steps and asked to borrow a flute. The student handed her the cracked one. At first she disliked it. "It is not clean," she said, but at the ridge she paused, a little surprised to find that on this mountain stage there was no audience but wind and people, and she realized that pausing is also singing. That night the troupe moved on. She did not ask for the flute. She asked for one sentence. Sing with the broken place in your voice. When they met again at the county market a year later, she said, singing has been easier since I learned to rasp at the right time. The student smiled. She still wore bright clothes. But her eyes no longer clung to the audience. They held to the rhythm breathing in her own chest. Time scrubbed the dull glaze from the Buddha statues the way someone wipes away an old fog. People in the hamlet took turns coming to the veranda to tell stories, some in words, some in silence. One afternoon a widow from the far side of the river carried up a bundle of firewood. She sat and said, "It has been 3 years since I sang a lullaby to my child." The student laid the flute between mother and child like laying a chopstick across a bowl to keep someone from scooping too fast. He played softly, crossing the ridge like crossing a bridge with a broken railing. The woman began to hum again. Her voice was not pretty by any standard, but it was a voice. The child listened a while and fell asleep, jaw loosening from a tight lip. The woman looked at the bamboo and exhaled. "I thought I was broken," she said. "Turns out I just needed a bridge to hold still at the right time." The student did not answer, knowing that too many words would shake loose what had just held still. It was the flute's turn to enter another kind of sleep, on a brittle dry afternoon that stretched on like a strand of thread that refused to break. The student was playing when he heard a thin snap, like someone breaking a toothpick. The split edge opened a little more. It did not tear, but it felt like a mouth wanting to speak more. He stopped, looked up as if asking the master in his memory, then played one more note. The familiar ridge had become a resting gap wider than half a beat. That night he did not rub wax or seal anything. He set the flute down on the mat and simply looked at it. He suddenly remembered an old story. The fish in the water jar that found the river when the jar broke. And the cracked pot that watered a trail of flowers. Perhaps it was time to accept a new path for the sound, less playing, more listening. In the weeks that followed, he played less. Many times he just carried the flute to the veranda, hung it with the others, and let the wind play. He sat between the wind and the people, becoming an invisible line that connected them. The villagers did not mind that there was nothing to hear. They had learned to listen to the wind. They did not need a soundtrack running all the time. They even sat longer by themselves, as if the empty space itself had taught them how to sit. One morning, in misty drizzle with fog curling like smoke, a young man with a close haircut and red eyes from late nights in front of a screen brought a plastic flute and asked the master to fix the finger holes. The master said, "Change your breath." The young man frowned. "It is not powerful enough," he said. The master pointed at the cracked bamboo flute. "Listen to how it is powerful in another way." The young man tried. At first he scoffed. Then he listened. Then he sat a long time. Then he said, "Why does it make me think of my grandmother?" The master nodded. "Because your grandmother was the first person who taught you to breathe." The young man's eyes reddened. He put the plastic flute into his backpack and asked to split a bamboo stalk. The master agreed and said, "Do not try to avoid a crack. Avoid carelessness." The young man stayed at the temple for a month. He ruined 5 stalks, cut his hands, grew angry, then understood. He finally made a flute with a ridge of his own. He carried it back to the city as if carrying a sick cat. At night he set it on his desk. His next quiz score did not rise much. But his snapping temper dropped sharply. His mother called the temple to thank them. "What subject did you teach my son that the house has so much less door slamming?" The master laughed. "The subject of stumbling at the right time." That year the concrete road stretched farther. Over the slope behind the mountain. Survey stakes went in again. The student went once more to ask for a bamboo band to be spared. This time they shook their heads. "The plan is fixed," they said. The student did not argue. "May I plant my own bamboo fence outside the edge?" he asked. They shrugged, thinking it was decoration. No one expected that a year later the green fence would rise. The wind would shift key. And traffic would ease to a lower gear as it passed that stretch. Neighbors said, "It bothers me less when I drive by." No one took credit. Only the roadside stalks joined. Through a long invisible bridge of wind. The chime rack on the temple veranda. One moonlit night the student carried the cracked flute to the meadow behind the temple. He planted it upright in the ground like an incense stick. He did not play. He rested his hands on it and listened to the earth pass through the bamboo. For the first time he felt clearly that sound was not only vibration in air. It was also vibration in soil, in water, in roots. The next morning he dug a small pit and laid the old cracked flute down as one would bury a seed. He stuck a thin strip of bamboo at the rim and wrote, "For the wind to keep learning." At first the monks found it odd. Later they saw new shoots rise there. They did not sprout from the decaying flute, but from an invisible root that had awakened because people believed in the earth. 2 years later the young grove was ready to cut. From it he made several flutes. One had a long grain line that would split easily. He did not avoid it. He drilled the holes to the proper depth, lifted it to his lips, and heard a ridge that was familiar but gentler. Like a child speaking the word, "Mother," for the second time in life, not round, but warm. Later the province invited the master and student to the city to experience silent sound downtown. They cleared a square in front of the library. Cars still passed. Horns still wailed. People still called out. In the middle of the square they set up a small bamboo rack, hung a few flutes, and placed several bowls of water. Passers-by were curious. Children ran up and blew sputtering air that made no notes. Then they tired. Then they sat. Then they fell quiet. A street vendor set down her shoulder pole, washed her hands, smoothed her hair, and sighed, "My head is less hot." A security guard hummed a broken folk line. The student echoed the crack and shaped it back with breath. When the hour ended, cars still moved and horns still howled. But something in the city had been put down by a fraction. Like a brimming bucket tipped just enough. That evening people went home not remembering a piece they had heard, only noticing that the sound of bowls and chopsticks at dinner had softened. In time the master weakened, his hair like stove ash, his eyes still carrying a smile. He called the student over and asked him to bring the flute he was using. He placed a thin sheet of paper in the student's hand. Names of those who need breath. Visit them one by one. The student read the list. A seamstress who had lost her husband. A carpenter who could not sleep. A child who read the letter B as page, a factory worker newly sober. An old man lying still whose eyes still traveled. The list was not long. It would take a few months to go back and forth. The student understood this was not an assignment. It was a thread to follow. Lest he forget why he held a flute. The master smiled and added one line that seemed offhand: "After you play, wash your hands." The student smiled, knowing the master remembered the bowl of water by the door. The bowl that taught people to wash even what did not cling to skin. When the master passed, the flutes on the veranda hummed by themselves like a slow hive of bees. Mourners did not weep loudly. It was as if the cracked flute had taught the wind how to pass over wounds without making them bleed more. That night the sky laid down a gentle layer of stars. The bamboo rack sang until the last guest left, then fell quiet. In the years that followed, people began to call the student Master. He told them to call him whatever felt light. Many children grew up with the ridge and no longer thought of it as a flaw. They felt it as a place to rest, to smile, to turn a hot thought aside. One became a small furniture maker. He hung a cracked flute by the door. Customers cocked their ears and asked why. He said, "So the hammer remembers to drop before it strikes a second time." Another became a preschool teacher. She set a bowl of water at her classroom door the way someone had done for her. Another became a nurse. She carried a tiny flute in her pocket. And when a patient began to pant, she slipped it into their hand. They could not make a note, but they could make a breath. And that was the prescription she wanted to write. The master did not lecture much. He went and sat. Sometimes he did not play at all, letting empty space do the work. Because he knew that the older a flute grows, the more its sound should be saved. Like an elder who learns to speak less in order to keep the voice warm for the few words that matter. One cold, dry afternoon at year's end, the wind came in from a bank of reeds that had been cut low. The master walked past the young grove that had sprouted from the place where the old flute was buried. He stopped and set both hands on the tender stalks and listened to the earth's tone move. In his chest he heard rain very far away. Suddenly he remembered so many others. The fish freed from the jar. The cracked pot watering flowers. The leaf that knew how to fall on time. The foggy mirror that was not at fault. And the bamboo flute's broken melody. All those stories wove together like the old trellis for gourds. One vine leaning on another. One fruit shading the next. Then all fell so a new season could rise. No story stood alone. He sat in the grass, lifted the flute he was using, and played one very long breath. At the ridge he paused, longer than ever before. He paused so long that those watching from a distance thought he had stopped. But he was waiting for the wind to finish an age. When the wind returned, he nudged out the final half note. It was thin as a hair, strong as a strand of silk. As soon as it faded, he smiled, lifted the flute to eye level as if saluting a companion, then laid it down on the grass, not because it had broken, not because he was tired, but because he knew it was time to let the earth borrow the breath again. That evening the other flutes hanging from the veranda still rang. Passers-by did not feel anything was missing. Only one new space had entered their weave, a silence with a name. Enough. It taught those who walked by to bow to quiet the way one bows to a master. If someone were to ask, at the very end, what a broken melody flute teaches, the master would say, if he had to say it all, that it teaches us to breathe with the cracks within ourselves. It teaches us to let the stumble be a hinge instead of a wall. It teaches us to be grateful for the breaths that falter, because it is in the falter that the next half note grows warmer. It teaches us to pull up a chair so that silence can sit at the same table with sound. It teaches us to use the bowl of water by the veranda to wash our hands before touching a sentence. It teaches us to hang a cracked bamboo tube at the door of a workshop to remember to lower the hammer. It teaches us to slip a small flute into a shirt pocket, so that a patient remembers to inhale not to live longer, but to live more fully present. It teaches us to keep a band of bamboo by the roadside so that horns will not swallow the sky. It teaches us to bury a flute in the earth so we can trust that breath is never lost, only transformed, from sound into wind, from wind into roots, from roots into bamboo, from bamboo into flute, from flute into the pause between two notes, where life closes its eyes for a moment, only to know that opening them again is worth doing. And if you are holding this story in your hands like holding a slender bamboo tube, please do not rush to blow it beautifully. Lay it across your knees. Breathe 3 times as if resting your hand on your belly. Listen for the ridge in your chest that is asking for space. And when you play, do not try to make it perfectly round. Let it rasp in the right place. Because perhaps it is that very rasp that will become the small bridge someone needs, maybe even you yourself, to cross safely through a night of heavy winds. The story number 7, The Stone Beneath the Stream. At the foot of the eastern mountain below the temple, a small stream ran clear all year round. Its bed shimmered with white pebbles, scattered among large stones that lay still as if asleep. Each morning, the young novice carried 2 buckets of water along the path, stopping to wash his face, sometimes playfully kicking with his foot to send tiny ripples scattering. One day, he noticed a large stone in the middle of the stream. Its surface was smooth from endless flowing water, but right at the center was a hollow, deep like a small bowl. That hollow always held a separate pool of water. No matter how the stream rushed on, no matter how the bubbles broke, that little pool remained quietly full. Puzzled, he asked the master, "Why does the water flow forever, yet the stone never moves, only wears down into a hollow?" The master smiled, "Because not everything wins by strength. Some things win by patience. Water is weaker than stone, but by touching day after day, even stone softens, and because of its hollow, the stone can keep a clear sip of water for anyone thirsty." From then on, the boy often sat by the stream, gazing at the stone like a silent teacher. Some days he scooped water from the hollow with his hands and drank. It was cool in a way that seemed to slip sweetness into his heart. Some days buffalo herders ran by, tossing clumps of dirt into the water, sending froth everywhere. Still the stone stayed put. Its hollow held steady, not filling, not emptying. The novice thought of himself, how a single insult could redden his face, how one disagreeable word could shake his heart. Yet that stone, for all the noise around it, never shifted. It listened only with silence. The master said, "When you still let the words of others carry you away, try being like the stone, not to be hard, but to stand still while the water passes." Then a season of drought arrived. The stream shrank, water no more than a thin thread. The fish wriggled through with difficulty. The riverbed glared hot in the sun. Travelers crossing were weary and thirsty. And yet, in the hollow of that stone, water remained, fresh and cool, like a tiny well. Villagers carrying fodder stopped to sip and sighed in relief. Children at play cupped their hands and drank. their eyes lighting up. The novice understood. It was the patient softness of water that gave the stone its strength, and the endurance of the stone that became a place of refreshment for others. One evening, he secretly scooped a ladle of water from the hollow and poured it on some grass by the bank. A week later, under the dry sun, that patch was greener than distant fields, soft as a small carpet. The master saw and said, "You understand now. It does not take much. Even one drop kept back can be enough to make a corner of life green." Once, the novice dreamed he himself was that stone, lying in the stream of worldly affairs, worn down each day, aching, thinking he was slowly disappearing. But when he awoke and looked again, he saw the hollow was the very place where water could stay, where moonlight could reflect, where petals drifting on the breeze could rest. He realized the hollows in his own heart, the wounds, the failures, could also be the places that held gentleness for others. From then on, he stopped resenting the cracks of life, and learned to keep them as one keeps a hidden well inside. The next year, a great storm came. The stream rose high and wild, carrying logs and rocks from the mountain. The furious current swept up everything. Grass tore from the banks. Smaller stones rolled away, but the great stone remained, its hollow brimming. Froth exploded over it, then rushed on. When the storm passed and the stream calmed, the stone was still there, unmoved. Its face had worn thinner, its hollow grown wider, and inside the water shone clearer than ever. The novice thought, true strength is not in resisting, but in waiting until the rage of earth and sky has passed. Years later, when the boy had grown and was guiding young novices, he led them to the stream and told the story of the stone. A child laughed. "What is so special about a rock? It cannot do anything." The teacher shook his head, pointed at the hollow, and said, "If not for the stone's silence, how would there be this pool of water for you to drink?" The children thought, tasted, felt the coolness, and grew quiet. From then on, the story of that stone became a lesson passed down at the temple. Every wound, if kept rightly, can turn into a place where others find refreshment. As the novice matured, the morning bell and the evening drum became like the rhythm of his own heart. The stream below the mountain stayed the same, wide in the rains, slender in the dry. The small fish still drew commas in the water with their fins. The stone with its hollow still lay there like a word refusing to leave the line. The villagers grew accustomed to stopping at its little cup whenever they were tired to scoop and drink. Children dropped petals into the hollow, watching them spin before floating away. And each morning, when the novice washed his face, he pressed his palms on the stone's cool surface as though greeting a silent teacher. Then scooped water to wash his eyes, letting the leftover night in his lashes drift off with the tiny ripples. The master once told him, "When you bow to a stone, do not expect movement from it. Let yourself move just enough to see that its stillness has a life of its own." That saying stayed with him like a pebble kept casually in his pocket, knocked about, but warm. One year, irrigation officials came to the commune. They measured and discussed straightening the stream to make canals for terraced fields. "This bend should be straightened," they said, "so the current will not swirl, so water will run faster, so floods will not strike the bridge." They marked stones with chalk and planted bamboo stakes. Finally they pointed at the stone with the hollow, This one must be removed. It sits in the middle of the current. It gathers whirlpools. It will be dangerous in flood season. Strong young men arrived with crowbars and thick ropes. They even borrowed a winch from the blacksmith. The novice stood on the bank, looking down quietly, disturbed but not protesting, only breathing slower than usual. The master stood behind him, leaning on a cane, eyes kind yet deep, and whispered, "Do not take sides. Stand in the middle and see." Engines roared. The rope tightened. The stone shifted a millimeter. Then stopped. They tried again. Another millimeter. Then stopped. Frustrated, they poured in more fuel. Increased the pull. The rope snapped with a sharp whip through the air. Like a scolding sound. Sweat mixed with dirt. Fish leapt in panic. The water clouded, then cleared. The stone remained. Its hollow still held its cup of water. Only now a single drop leaked from its rim like the sweat of stone. One official laughed. "Leave it. We will deal with it tomorrow." That evening clouds swelled over the forest ridge like an overboiled pot. Rain fell suddenly. The stream surged, rolling leaves, branches, even a rotten log. At the very bend of the stone, the current twisted into a violent whirl, flinging the log near where children were huddling under a makeshift shelter. But as the log struck the hollow, the swirling force broke apart, as if a palm had pressed the neck of a wild horse. Calming it for half a beat, the log drifted sideways, away from the children, crashed on the opposite bank, and lay still. When the storm cleared, people understood. The stone did not only collect whirlpools, it had learned to redirect them with its hollow, like a joint between fast and slow. In the end, the stream was straightened slightly, but the stone was left. A bamboo stake was planted by the bank with the word, "Marker." The novice looked at it and smiled, thinking, "They have written the place of a stone onto the map. But who can write the place of a hollow in the map of a heart?" Rumors about the stone's cup spread like wildflower seeds after rain. An old street vendor, who often rested by the bank, said that scooping water from it eased her dry cough on windy days. A carpenter once came and used the water to mix wood dye, saying its clarity gave the color a softer tone, not harsh. A young girl who had fallen and bloodied her knee dipped her cloth in that little hollow to clean the wound, and the sting calmed. Gradually, at midday, people no longer splashed the stream carelessly. Everyone bent low with slower hands, as if in gratitude to a bowl that was always full. From then on, the young novice also changed the way he washed his face. He no longer scooped a handful to overflow, but only enough to rinse dust from his eyes, enough to let the faint smell of moss enter like a short verse of scripture that no one recited. The master said, "People often think that keeping is selfish. But the stone keeps water without keeping itself. To keep in order to give, that is different." Then came a drought more severe than any before. The southern winds stalled. The northern winds crawled in early. The fields at the foot of the hill turned gray. Banana leaves bent like weary backs. The stream shrank until the shallow bends broke into scattered pools. Fish were stranded, and buffalo herders carried them from pool to pool. Villagers argued over every bucket, their voices sharp. The stone lay bare to the sun, half its body exposed, its hollow tightened into a solemn cup. A thin film of water remained, its surface so still it dared not breathe. Each morning the novice went down, touching the edge with only his fingertip, never taking, only smelling the moss, feeling as though the whole forest lived inside it. One noon, with the sun blazing, a man from a nearby village came with his frail child. The boy's face burned with fever. The doctor had said he must be cooled continuously. But the village well had gone dry. The man came to the temple to beg. The master led him to the stone and said, "There is not much water here, but it is always clear." The man hesitated, afraid to empty it. The master shook his head. "Take a little. Soon the stone will be full again." The man dipped a cloth, wrung it gently, and wiped his son's forehead. The boy's eyes softened, like a bird startled into finding a human hand was just another branch. They stayed for hours, wiping and resting. The hollow never emptied, it only thinned, then filled again. It seemed that each face leaning over, each reflection pressing onto the surface, also became a drop. By evening, a valley wind returned, carrying the smell of damp earth. The hollow brimmed at its edge. The boys slept. The father bowed. The sun's heat eased. In the brittle grass, insects began to sing together like a patient choir. That night, in the meditation hall, everyone was tired. The master simply said, "One stone can hold a drop when the whole stream runs dry. One heart can hold a smile when the whole day has gone." The words were light, like laying a pebble on a cloth. Yet everyone who heard found their own hands wishing to break fewer fragile things. The next night the novice dreamed of a thin crack running down the stone, starting at the hollow's rim, like a script written by water itself. In the morning he ran to the stream. There was no crack, only a lizard sunning itself on the stone, tail twitching, while the hollow glinted in sunlight like an old coin. Even though no crack appeared, he began a new habit. Each time he scooped water, he placed his hand on the rim first, as if to comfort it, to remind himself that even what seemed unmoving carried unspoken stories. When he told the master about the dream, the master laughed. "Stone also tires. Like people. By touching it, you have already said sorry without having done wrong." From then on, whenever someone plunged a hurried hand into the hollow, the novice would say, gently, "This bowl is thin." And over time, everyone who came learned a new kind of care for the stone, which in truth was care for their own hearts. One afternoon, as the season shifted, a sudden mountain storm sent a torrent roaring down the ravine. Like a drum borrowed by the storm, the stream turned fierce, foaming against roots. The stone had long practiced staying still. But this time, a massive log from upstream struck it, a branch catching right at the hollow's edge. The natural lever was enough to twist the stone halfway and slide it sideways. The hollow vanished under the current. Those watching from the bank gasped. When the storm passed and the stream calmed, they saw the stone had settled nearer the bank. Its hollow now faced into a deeper pool. A corner had chipped away. The novice touched it. The stone felt warm, as though it had just been running. Many pitied it. Someone said, "The bowl is ruined." The master shook his head. Not ruined, just moved. He told the novice to wait a few days, not to touch it much. Sure enough, 3 days later, the hollow was full again. The chipped edge had become a tiny spout. When the stone was tilted slightly, the water poured out in a fine stream, enough to rinse a wound without stinging. The old vendor sighed. So even a chip can be a gift. The novice smiled, remembering the cracked pot of the potter's story. Suddenly, he felt that every tale in life was telling the same thing. Only with different props. Time flowed on like an even stream. The novice grew into a teacher. His hair streaked with silver. His voice slower. His breath longer. New students opened their eyes first to the sound of the stream before they heard the temple bell. They went down to the stone as if to their first classroom. The teacher gave them a small ritual. Place your hand on the stone. Quietly ask, "What whirlpool is in me today?" Only then scoop a sip, just one. The first child frowned. The second laughed. The third muttered. But by the end, each had wet hands as if after a soft rain. He told them stories. Of the drought year. Of the flood log. Of the chipped spout. Of the shifting stream. Then he said, "One hollow in your life will be a resting place for another. Do not rush to fill it with cement." The children glanced at one another, not fully understanding, yet one went home and placed a small bowl of water on his desk. Each morning, he dipped his finger before opening a book, as if teaching his hand before teaching his eyes. Months later, his mother said he no longer grew angry when words slipped his memory. He washed his hands, then tried again, like a stream that, with places to rest, could run farther. Then came a rumor. A stone dealer wanted to take the hollowed rock for a garden pot. He offered money. The commune refused, saying it was a water marker. The dealer laughed. A marker is still just a stone. Every house needs a fine pot. The master did not argue. He invited them to the temple for an afternoon, to hear rain pass through the bamboo flutes at the veranda, to drink tea brewed with stream water gathered at night, to watch moonlight pool in the hollow like a silver coin in an open palm. The dealer stayed silent a long time, then said, "If I take it away, the story ends." The master nodded gently. "One story ends. That does not mean a new one will begin." He pointed toward the stream bank, where children were stacking pebbles into tiny bridges across puddles. If this stone is gone, their bridge will break, and they will grow up missing a lesson. The dealer folded his hands, and in the end he chose another stone downstream. The hollowed one remained, not because of law, but because of an understanding that had sunk to the bottom. From then on, whenever villagers were about to choose beauty over life, they reminded each other, "Do not take the stone's cup away." That saying became like a shared comma, pausing their voices before they spoke too quickly the words, "must." Certainly. Immediately. One winter was colder than usual. Frost whitened the thatched roofs. The water in the hollow was so icy that touching it made the veins tighten. A young man came to the temple, asking to stay a few days. He was unemployed, love lost, his breathing heavy. The master gave him a strange task. Each morning go to the stream, sit by the stone, and remain there until he could see his own breath fall onto the water's surface, like watching a thread of smoke. At first the young man was irritated, finding the task meaningless, but one day, as he listened to the steady water and saw for the first time his breath appear as a faint mist across the hollow's pool, he laughed. He realized his sorrow was only like a wisp of smoke, heavy only because he had thought it stone. In the days that followed, he sketched the hollow in his notebook as a symbol. Underneath he wrote, "A place for others to rest." He pasted it on the corner of his desk when he returned home. Months later, he called the temple. He had been hired by a small carpentry workshop. Thanks to learning how to stand still for a moment before speaking. The master did not offer grand congratulations, only said, "When the shop is busy, place a bowl of water by the door," and hung up. When the young man later visited, indeed there was a bowl. The workers had learned to touch it before their arguments. Wet hands cooled the heat by half. On a full moon night, while chanting drifted soft as silk and fireflies thickened among the banana grove, the master walked alone to the stream. He sat on a stone facing the hollowed one, placed his palms on his knees, and breathed out long, as though finishing a story. Then gently, he laid a hand on the rim and whispered, "Thank you." The words were not sent to heaven, nor into the water, but to the nameless patience that had carved this bowl. Closing his eyes, he heard the water speak a language beyond words. Opening them, he saw the moon lying whole inside the hollow, its curve like a child's fingernail. He thought, perhaps in my life, many moments were like this, the moon lying neatly in the bowl, but one missed them. Running too fast to call others over to see. He smiled to himself, let the moon slip out of the hollow without regret, rose, and returned. Years later, when the master had grown truly old, walking slower, his eyes gentler, the villagers decided to build a small wooden bridge across the narrow stream so their feet would not soak in rainy season. They asked where to place it. The master smiled. "Anywhere you wish, just not upon that stone." They nodded, and built a simple Vietnamese-style bridge with oil plank boards. When it was finished, children ran back and forth. Under the bridge, the stone's hollow still shone like an unblinking eye, watching people without judgment. Whoever crossed for the first time would pause midway, look down, and see their face tremble in the water's cup. And that trembling taught them to walk slower, not from fear of falling, but from remembering another rhythm. Seasons changed. The wooden bridge rotted. A new one was built. Stories in the village rose and faded. The hollow remained. And one warm afternoon, the master too departed, not in struggle, but by setting down his broom as one places a final period at the end of a sentence. The ceremony was simple. Afterward, people went to the stream to scoop a sip. The water tasted faintly salty, though no one could tell if it was from tears or from new moss. A sparrow fluttered down to bathe, shook its feathers, then flew away, dropping a small plume into the pool. The feather spun a few circles, then drifted out. The disciples looked at each other. No one spoke, for that story did not need words. In the end, if anyone asked what the stone had taught, the answer was not in a single rule but in a practice. Each morning, before beginning the day, place your hand on something cold and still, perhaps the edge of a table, perhaps a windowsill, perhaps your own chest, and ask softly, "Today, does the hollow in me still hold a sip of coolness for someone?" And throughout the day, amid the noise and floods of events, remember to stand still when something strikes straight at you, a harsh word, a bad piece of news, a sudden fear. Let it strike the hollow, not shatter the rim. By evening, before sleep, look for the moon in some small pool, perhaps in a cup of tea, perhaps in a loved one's eyes, perhaps in a moment of silence, to know that even when the current has carried you through an entire day, there is still a place that stays. And if at times you find yourself chipped at the edge, do not despair. Perhaps that chip will become a spout, letting the cool water flow out at the right time, to the right person. So when a young student once asked, "Master, how can I be as strong as water, yet as steady as stone?" The answer was only a hand placed upon the child's head, and a sip of water lifted from the hollow. Drink, then do your work, little by little. Leave the rest for water and stone to settle between themselves. The story number 8. The empty bowl on the table. In the kitchen behind the temple, where the early morning air was milky like a mist that smelled of new rice, there was always an earthen bowl set right by the window, where the sun climbed over the bamboo hedge and spread a thin golden stripe. The bowl had no decoration, a creamy glaze, and a tiny chip on the rim like the mark of a baby tooth. At the base was the potter's handprint, 5 faded fingers, so that each time you picked it up, it felt like shaking hands with someone far away. The kitchen nun usually set the bowl face up on the wooden table and told the novices, "Do not rush to turn it over. Leave it open. When it is open, it can receive." Then she ladled plain rice porridge, ladled vegetable soup, and ladled sunlight. Yes, she truly flicked the bamboo curtain with her fingers so the sunlight fell into the bowl. The children giggled and asked, "Can sunlight be eaten?" She did not answer. She only said, "Eat with your eyes," and they really did, as if clear sound itself were a kind of nourishment. The empty bowl became a habit, set out in the morning, washed at noon, dried in the afternoon, turned down at night. But one day the master called the youngest novice, the one whose breath was still short like counting a cicada's rhythm, placed the bowl in his hands as lightly as handing over a bird, and instructed, "Go down to the market and bring this bowl back full of something no one sells. By noon, if it is still empty, tell me what has filled it the most." He said this and turned away, leaving the boy staring at the bowl, wondering if it was a joke. He walked the dirt road scattered with gravel, past the old silk cotton tree shedding red blossoms like little flames, past the lotus pond that still kept the night scent. The district market was already in swing. Cries of vendors wove into the click of scales, the chop of knives, the thump of pestles pounding green rice, the smell of frying fat, fresh herbs, and dyed cloth. The boy hugged the bowl to his chest, not for fear of losing it, but because warm hands made the emptiness inside feel less cold. A sweet soup seller saw him and laughed. "If your bowl is empty, I will fill it with sweet soup." He shook his head. A fish seller called, "Let me pour in some fish water." He shook his head. A salt seller pinched a bit and sprinkled it into the bowl. The boy quickly tilted the bowl to pour it out. Someone joked, "Whatever no one sells is usually trouble." The boy smiled weakly, sat on the doorstep of a shop, and set the bowl between his knees so it could breathe the market by itself. Before long he saw things in the bowl that no one could measure. The reflection of the midday sky flashing like a coin, children's laughter leaning in like a ribbon, a faint hint of cooking smoke clinging to the glazed rim. The shout, "Fish sauce here," rolling in and dissolving. A blacksmith stopped, looked a moment, lowered his voice, "Yes," empty yet full, and moved on. At noon, sunlight poured straight down and the market thinned. The boy lifted the bowl, felt his heart grow lighter, returned to the temple, and set the bowl before the master. "What is in it?" the master asked. Nothing that can be weighed. The boy replied, but I felt the bowl become heavier when one wished less to put something into it. The master smiled. Full by stopping the stuffing. That is also a way of being full. From that day, the empty bowl became a friend that coaxed the boy into lessons that no book contained. Each time he bristled because a friend sweeping the yard flicked trash into his part. He set the bowl on the table, looked into its belly for a minute, and only then spoke. His words grew less sharp, like a knife that has just been passed through water. One day while serving rice, he accidentally scooped an extra piece of tofu for himself. Seeing the empty bowl at the corner of the table, he cut the piece in half, dropped one half into that bowl, and called the newest child. Eat. The bowl did not ask, why. It simply opened. Another day rain fell hard. The path broke up, and everyone was spattered with mud. He turned the bowl upside down in the yard for the rain to rinse it. Then set it upright to let the rain fall in. A little later the bowl was full. He carried it to water the roots of a newly planted chrysanthemum and realized, empty does not mean useless. Empty is the ability to contain. One day a scholar from the area came up to the temple to argue doctrine. Voice booming, hands flying, eyes full of words. At lunch they served mixed green soup. He kept seasoning with fish sauce. Poured soy here and chili there. Ladled over every bowl. In the end the soup was so salty that no one could eat it. He frowned and said, it seems the vegetables are poor. The master slid the empty bowl in front of him without a word. Poured in half a bowl of boiled water. Scooped in a spoon of the salty soup. Stirred gently. And invited him to taste. He tasted and found it just right. Surprised, the master said, often the dish is not bad. The bowl has simply run out of room. The scholar stared, suddenly remembering that in the morning he had interrupted the master 3 times in the yard. He flushed, set down the spoon, and smiled with embarrassment. From then on, each time he came to the temple, he sat near the bowl for a few minutes before speaking, to empty himself a little. Then one afternoon the bowl fell and broke as the novice ran too fast. The rim chipped again. A hairline crack ran halfway around. The boy panicked, afraid of scolding, and brought the bowl to apologize. The master received it, placed a finger on the crack as if listening to a pulse, and said, this line lets heat escape slowly, so the soup will stop roiling when hungry people are waiting. Indeed, that evening when they ladled hot soup, steam rose through the crack, the surface stopped heaving, and the tender scent of greens was clearer. The next day it rained. The bowl sat under the eaves. Water seeped through the crack in a thin separate strand, ran down the tiles in a damp trail just like the flower line along the water streak from the cracked pot long ago. The kitchen nun laughed. When a bowl leaks in the right place, the plant by the eaves will not thirst. The boy suddenly felt that everything had its proper place, even the missing place. The bowl was also a bell, turned upside down on the wooden table and tapped lightly. It gave off a dull, warm tone, enough to call the children to stop their noise. The master said, resonance belongs to the empty space. Then asked, if the bowl were full of rice, would it ring? The children truly tried it. A bowl full of rice sounded mute. The sound was swallowed. The lesson settled in the boy's mind. When too full, silence is buried. When you speak too much, there is no sound left to hear. From then on, he often set the empty bowl in the middle of the table during gatherings. After one person spoke, they would set a hand on the rim for a beat. Often that touch slowed the next words by half a sentence and saved a regret. That lean pre-harvest season was hard. Many travelers came to the temple asking for porridge. There was little rice. The kitchen nun made a rule: whoever had finished, set your bowl upside down. Whoever still had food, leave your bowl face up. Whoever wanted more, wash your bowl clean and set it empty. At first the boy thought it strict, but then he understood. The empty bowl is the most beautiful way to ask, because it is humble. Some kept their bowls full while poised to ask for seconds, just to be sure. In the end, the soup ran low while their bowls still had excess. The excess turned sour. Those who washed their bowls and set them empty were served more without a word. Only the clear water in the bowl made things even. That day he understood. Emptiness is not only the capacity to contain, it is also the capacity to invite. And when the invitation is timely, there is no need to plead. Another afternoon, the master set up a strange game. He placed the bowl in the meditation hall and invited everyone to stand in a circle. Each person, in turn, whispered one heavy thing into the bowl, then wiped the rim with a cloth. As if dusting. Everyone felt shy, but they did it. When the circle was done, the master carried the bowl to the yard, tilted it at the foot of the grapefruit tree, and said, "Let the earth keep this for us." Then he drew well water and poured it into the bowl again, setting it back in the hall. People spoke little that evening, as if their heaviness now had a place to stay and no longer needed to push into their words. From then on, there was always an empty, sending bowl in the temple kitchen. Whoever was angry, sad, or worried could go in, whisper, wipe the rim once, and leave, not because the bowl solved anything, but because it taught the sender to loosen the urge to clutch. Once, when the market was slow, the boy took the bowl into town and sat on the stoop of a repair shop. Sunlight dappled through banana leaves. The mechanic, face masked with oil, asked, "What is the bowl for?" The boy answered, "To wait." "To wait for what?" "To wait until we finish breathing." The man laughed. But a little later, amid the hiss of slipping bolts and the ring of a hammer, he set down his wrench, washed his hands in a cloudy basin, dried them, and sat by the bowl for a minute. The boy did not look over. But the clatter softened. The mechanic poured fresh oil that smelled warm and said, "With that bowl sitting there, the machine talks more easily." The boy did not know what the machine said, but he understood that an empty space between the grill and a human hand creates a different rhythm. Then the empty bowl wandered into a real argument. Commune officials met at the temple to discuss opening a new road. One spoke like nails, one spoke like knives. No one listened. The master did not intervene. He set the bowl in the center, filled it with water, and invited each person to look in. One by one, by the second person, his hand shook and spilled water over the rim. The master dabbed it with a cloth and asked, "Compared with this water, are your words overflowing?" The man fell quiet. The third saw his face warped by his own trembling and laughed. "All right, let us lower our voices." That odd meeting ended with an agreement no one thought they would accept. The road would be built, but a band of bamboo would be kept to keep the wind. As someone had proposed in the story of the broken flute, The empty bowl acted as a break for words. Beyond other people's stories, the bowl taught the boy about his hands and feet. One morning he carried the bowl to fetch water. In a rush, he walked fast and the water spilled. The master said, "Walk slowly so the water can walk with you." The boy tried walking slowly and the water did not spill. The master continued, "When your head is full, your feet hurry and everything sloshes out. When your head is empty, your feet make room for the ground." From then on, whenever he felt himself about to speak fast or decide in haste, he placed a hand on the rim and felt the coolness. That coolness made his sentence step back half a beat. One year the temple hired an old carpenter to build a long table. Resin stained his hands. He sat to rest, stared at the empty bowl for a long time, and said, "This table needs a hollow in the middle." Then he cut a small round hole at the center, just the size of the bowl. At the first meal, the bowl sat in that well, and everyone who passed touched it in greeting. The meal was quieter. Later, during meetings, the bowl sat there again, a little well in the table. People joked, "The table has a heart." Indeed, without the bowl, the table sounded dry. There were days the bowl was borrowed in the village as a prop for a wedding. They wanted to float petals in it for photographs. The boy lent it and cautioned, "Please do not pour liquor into it." They laughed. The wedding was crowded. A drunken young man lifted the bowl like a cup, drank, and dropped it. A new crack appeared like a wrinkle. He panicked, apologized, and offered to pay. The boy said, "Return the bowl here and that is enough." Then set it back in its place. That night the boy looked at the new crack and saw the two lines crossing like a little intersection. The next morning he placed the bowl under the eaves. Rain fell through the two cracks as crossing threads and dripped onto the basil at the wall. The plant grew fast. The boy told the young man. The man fell silent for a long time and then gave up drinking, not for the bowl, but because he knew that the empty places in his life had been filled to the brim with liquor. By the next season the boy had become a young master. He set the empty bowl on the table whenever someone came seeking counsel. Someone asked about a child. He slid the bowl closer and said, "Speak into this the words you want your child to hear from a parent." The person spoke, and a few tears fell into the bowl. He did not wipe them. He only watched. Someone asked about business. He carried the bowl out to sun for a while. Sunlight gathered inside like a thin layer of honey, then brought it back and said, "Season with this." The person did not fully understand, but the smile had a warmer taste. Someone asked about parting. He placed the bowl on his own lap as if holding a child, then set it on the other person's lap, in place of words. There was the passing of emptiness. When the asking ended, the answer was already resting in that still space. One evening the young master carried the bowl to the stream and set it beside the stone with the hollow. The bowl looked into the hollow like two eyes gazing at each other, one of clay, one of stone. He dipped a bowl of water from the hollow and tasted moss, last night's moon, and crickets. He poured half onto a hesitant sapling and set the other half back on the table. As night fell, the wind moved across the veranda and the bowl hummed very softly, as if agreeing with the stone that emptiness is a duty, not a quality to boast about, but a job to do. In later years, when the students had become teachers, blacksmiths, and nurses, Each one who returned to the temple touched the bowl before greeting anyone. One said, "Since I set a bowl of water by the classroom door, the room is less noisy." Another said, "I hung an empty bowl in the workshop and the shouting eased." Another laughed, "I carry sunlight in a bowl and set it by my keyboard, so when I am rushed, I look in and slow down." The master listened and nodded. He did not claim it was the bowl's merit or the person's, because he knew the bowl's job is to remind and the person's job is to remember. And if anyone asked where this story ends, the master would point to the small chip on the rim and say, "Here, because everyday water, porridge, words, breath, sunlight, and moonlight had passed through that chip without catching." He would add, "When you set a bowl on the table, leave it empty for 1 minute before pouring anything in. When you set a sentence on your lips, leave your mouth empty for 1 breath before releasing the words. When you set your eyes on another's face, leave your gaze empty for 1 second before sticking a thought on it." Emptiness is not for admiring. It is the place where the world can enter without being bent. Then he turned the bowl once. A ray of sunlight struck the crack, traveled through, and settled on the back of a hand about to pick up a spoon. Warm enough to surprise. Someone looked at the master, not understanding everything, but understanding enough that the midday meal had fewer clinking spoons and fewer sighs. And enough that, when they went home that night, before repeating an old complaint, they set a palm on a bowl, any bowl, and counted 1, 2, 3, so that in their own heart there would also be a table with an empty bowl at the center. The story number 9, The Door Without a Latch. Behind the main hall, where the veranda stones have sunk under the comings and goings of many feet and moss has stitched the seams like green thread, there stands a tall door of ironwood, higher than a person. Its 2 hinges shine black with oil. The brass handle has worn into a shallow hollow shaped by fingers. In morning sun it gleams like a coin. In moonlight it silvers like a fish scale. Villagers who come to worship only know the front entrance. Few know this one. The novices whisper that there is a heavy iron bar inside, locked tight at night to keep out mountain wind, wild animals, and fears that wander in dreams. The youngest novice, the one who still counts his steps with his breath and still believes every story has its own key, was assigned each evening to make the rounds. He would bow to the wooden door, breathe in the smell of camphor oil mixed with old sap, then press his ear to the seam to hear the forest slide by like silk. He always murmured, "Locked well," without ever trying the handle, because from the day he entered the temple everyone had said, "That door is barred." The sentence had passed from mouth to mouth for so long it had become an invisible wall, thick as storm clouds before the rains. One afternoon, the master called him onto the veranda and handed him a soft coarse cloth. "Wipe the handle," he said. The boy froze. Wipe Polish something almost no one touched. But he obeyed. His palm met the warm brass. He wiped once around and, under a thin film of dust, there appeared the fingerprints of many lives, like a foggy mirror suddenly catching light. The master said, "When you finish, try to open the door." Startled, the boy said, "But the bar. Try first." The master smiled. The boy gripped the brass and pulled toward himself. The door did not move. He flushed and muttered, "It does not open." The master kept smiling. "You just pulled. Try pushing." The boy pushed very lightly, too lightly. like touching a pond for fear of breaking the moon. The door gave a small sigh, the sigh of an old person turning over. Then opened a handspan. Cool mossy air flowed out, along with the leftover light of noon clinging to the wooden floor. And the bamboo wind chimes on the far eaves began to murmur as the wind found a roundabout way through. He stood there, caught, then burst into a shy laugh, the laugh of someone who discovers that something has been open all along. The master nudged the door wider. From now on, your job is to keep watch over the door without a latch, not to be afraid, but to remember to breathe. The door opened onto a narrow, tiled corridor. At the end was a small storeroom where straw brooms, empty bowls, ropes, and a few broken bamboo flutes hung as wind chimes. With the door set that way, air moved through all four sides of the temple. The evening kitchen smells grew lighter, and the sound of the wooden fish at night had space to resonate before settling onto the ground. On the first day he opened it, the boy sat right on the threshold, palms on the wooden sill, feeling the coolness lift the heat from his hands the way one cools a fevered brow. He began to notice what would pass through here from now on as over a small bridge. An old cat, back arched like a question mark, slipped in and curled on an old mat, breathing evenly while sunlight inched along its whiskers. A stranger in threadbare clothes and red eyes stood outside a long time, then bowed and entered, sitting under the window without speaking. And at dusk he rose, pressed his palms together, and left a smooth stone on the step, perhaps one he had picked up from the stream. A child from the lower hamlet, hair clipped round like a little melon, wandered in, stopped short at the cool floor, plopped down, and played with a bar of sunlight, eyes smiling like tiny beads. All these small scenes crossed the threshold, and each time the unlatched door was like a silent guard who let pass and kept back, kept not with a lock, but with a slow gaze. One night the forest wind dropped close. Clouds were pulled thin like cloth, and lightning stitched white threads across a torn coat of sky. The boy was sitting, breath even, the door half open like a tired eyelid, when he heard hurried steps on the tiles. Along with the smell of wet fur and mud, a gaunt wild dog, eyes bright, stopped at the edge of the sill, head thrust in, teeth bared as if shivering. He started, then remembered the master's words, "Do not take sides. Stand in the middle and see." He did not chase it off, nor did he coax it in. He simply set his hand on the brass handle and felt that coolness soak into his palm. Then he lifted the straw broom and tapped the floor twice, no strike. Just a signal. The wild dog raised its head a little higher, eyes wet like a child lost from its mother, then stepped back half a pace, shook itself, mud spraying, and slipped away. It glanced back once and vanished into the trees. The door stayed ajar. The wind kept moving. The boy exhaled, feeling that the fear that had run through him was like the dog. It also looked, retreated, and left. When the master came and heard, he said only, "A door without a latch reminds us that the distance between fear and opening can be the length of two soft taps." After that, the boy changed his rounds. Instead of only checking locks at the front, he came to sit beside the unlatched door, setting a bowl of water for hands, a dim bronze mirror for a quick look, and a red almond leaf from the courtyard to remember the season. The rest belonged to the wind, the chime of broken flutes at night, the tiny patter of a gecko like a fingertip flick, the whisper of the bamboo as if someone were testing a flute, and sometimes a silence thick as a quilt. He found that an open door did not make the temple messy as he had feared. It changed order's tone, from the tense order pinned by a bar, to a natural order like water following grass edges into a field. He practiced saying, "Please come in," to those who stepped across and, "With your permission," to those who wished to go deeper, not to block, but to help each step remember that this was not an ownerless path. There were indeed times to close, when rain slanted hard, when wind whipped dry leaves into little storms, when a feverish child needed quiet. But closing, then, was not locking. He drew the door in and slid a small wooden peg as one buttons a shirt, leaned the broom across like a comma, breathed, shut his eyes, counted from 1 to 10, listened for calm to return, and with his own hand opened a narrow gap again, just enough for air to have a way without tearing through. A carpenter came to fix the step, sat smoking slowly, and stared at the door. Why not install an iron latch? Safer, he asked, because that kind of safety makes those inside forget to look out. The master replied, "An iron bar soothes fear, but that soothing does not teach the eyes. A door without a latch forces us to keep our eyes open." The carpenter rubbed his chin and grinned. "My eyes do close a lot these days." He offered to dress the hinges and oil them so the door could open with a finger. From then on, anyone could push, and it felt like opening a conversation. In the afternoon, the master taught a curious exercise: stand outside the door, close your eyes, place your palm on the brass, take one breath, and push, not in order to go in, but to feel door, especially that tiny catch when the hinge shifts from standing to going. The game became another rule: before speaking something difficult, open by resting your hand on something cold and still. Many later confessed they spoke differently when their hand was still cool. One day, two brothers from the village, at odds over a property line, came at the master's invitation. They stood on either side of the threshold, refusing to enter at the same time. The door lay between them like a thin blade. "Who will push first?" the master asked. The elder pulled back his hand. The younger smirked. The master placed the empty bowl in the elder's hands. "Too full, and the push is heavy." The elder winced a smile, set the bowl down, and pushed. The door moved like a breath. Both stepped through and sat. The master did not preach. He invited them to the dim mirror. "If you see yourself bent, smile," he said. They looked. Both smiled, bent in the same way. On their way out, each stopped at the step and pushed once, as if practicing a way to open for himself. From then on, the village joked, "If you cannot talk to each other, go speak at the no-latch door." Word of the door spread the way unforced things do. A young woman came asking to sleep one night to escape a meeting she knew was wrong. The master did not pry. He opened the door, settled her in the room by the storeroom, and left a bowl of water. "Wash your hands before you sleep." She slept without dreams, and by morning, when she bowed goodbye, the old habit had slipped off somewhere on the step. An old man who sold used books dropped by, set a few thin poem volumes on the veranda, and read with his eyes. "This door opens like a comma in a long sentence," he said. The master nodded. "A comma is for breathing. On a long wet evening, with the smell of damp earth creeping into sleeves. A child who had lost his mother slipped into the temple to hide. He did not cry, only sat on the floor staring at his feet. The master set the empty bowl in his lap and waited. After a while, the first tear fell into the bowl. It chimed the faintest ting, like a bell no one had struck. The door was ajar. Wind flowed. A timid note from the bamboo chimes on the eaves slipped in and stood beside the tear. The child fell asleep. Later, some said the open door called the rain. They joked, but the boy knew the open door called people, called to the quiet part inside them. At times, he felt the old urge to lock after a day when everyone asked, wanted, and needed. That urge came like a fist wanting to clench. He looked at his hand and remembered the lesson. Hook fingers around the brass and try pushing, letting the breath pass through his palm before it passed through his mouth. One windy night, leaves sounded like crumpled paper, and the door trembled. He wanted to wedge it with a brick, then remembered the master's words. Let the door learn to stand steady while it shakes, like you. So he sat right at the threshold, back against the frame, letting the shaking pass through his spine like a wave. After a while, shaking became rhythm, rhythm became breathing, breathing became sleep. By morning, the door stood, and so did he. At the village festival, crowds came and everyone wanted to see the door without a latch. Children jostled to push it. The boy set a bowl of water by the door and a basket of red almond leaves. Whoever pushed had to touch the bowl and take a leaf. The bowl cooled their hands. The leaf reminded them of the season. The door was no longer pushed for pushing, but pushed to go. And every going carried a rhythm in the hand. City people came to film and asked, "What does this door mean?" Its meaning is that it has no latch. The master said. They laughed, thinking it a joke, walked away, and when they tried pushing, they bowed their heads without knowing what to film. A door that opens has no climax. Precisely because there is no climax, everyone who goes in exhales. Years later, when the boy's hands had added a few seasons of cracks and a few white hairs had grown like wild reeds, the commune decided to refurbish the temple. The door had to be taken down for cleaning and new hinges. The carpenter carried it into the yard, and the veranda yawned a square of open sky. All that day, air flowed without touching anything, and birdsong fell straight into the main hall like small pebbles. People walking by saw, empty, and yet full. An old woman sat for hours gazing at the place where the door had been. Only without it do you see where a door actually is, she said. The master smiled. A door is first of all the habit of opening. During those doorless days, everyone walked more lightly, with nothing to push. They used their shoulders and backs to go. When the door was reinstalled, hinges glossy with oil, the handle warm, no one felt a lack, because that recent nothing had taught their eyes where something lived. The way a candle shows itself only after the light has been cut. One late night in thin fog, when all were asleep, the boy sat alone on the step, hand on the brass, remembering the first night the master said, "Push," remembering his own silly startle. And he chuckled. He heard sandals on tile. The traveler from years ago who had looked into the dim mirror returned. Hair whiter, eyes clearer. He sat down beside the boy without speaking and set on the step a small mirror newly polished. They sat a long time without exchanging words, like two parallel bridges waiting for footsteps. When the traveler rose to leave, the boy finally said one sentence, "The door has been open already." "I know," the man nodded. "I just forgot to try the handle." And he left. Afterward, the boy wrote a small line on the inner frame, not for others to read, but for himself. "Try the handle before you call it a wall." From that day, when someone came to complain, "My work is stuck. That person has shut me out. Fate has slammed shut," he quietly led them to the back, set their hand on the brass, and told them to push gently. Very gently. Many were surprised at the hinge's breadth. Some inner doors opened with it, the throat, the nape, the eyelids, and they were as astonished as when they found that this wooden door had never been latched at all. He did not heal, he invited them to try. Children, before exams, ran out to push once to stop trembling. The blacksmith, before heating steel, pushed once to remember to lower the flame. The preschool teacher, before scolding a child, pushed once to soften her voice. The street vendor, before haggling, pushed once to soften her tongue. In each push, a long breath was held between the fingers and the brass. The next year, a volunteer group came, eager to donate a new lock, shiny, with a keypad and an alarm. They were kind and worried about safety. The boy thanked them. "We choose safety through wakefulness," he said. They did not understand. He brought water for their hands, invited them to sit, and told them the stories: the wild dog, the two brothers, the child whose tear rang, the traveler with the mirror, the days the door was taken down. They laughed, left the lock, for just in case, and he accepted it. Stored it in the shed, not on the door, and whispered, "Perhaps one day it will be needed," but not to sleep peacefully inside fear. He kept polishing the brass each evening, as if he were polishing a part of himself, the part that believes openness may be the most beautiful form of keeping watch. When he grew old, with hands that rustled like sand but still remembered the way of brass, he passed the care of the door without a latch to a new novice, clear-eyed and short of breath, giving the exact sentence the master had given him: "Polish the handle. Try pushing." He stood on the veranda and watched from a distance. The child tugged first, not moving, frowned, then remembered, pushed, moving, and smiled. The door's sigh spilled into the courtyard. Wind slid through everyone's sleeves. Someone in the main hall lifted a face and smiled without knowing why. In that precise moment he knew the story had come full circle. A hand on brass, a breath through the chest, and a door that had never been locked opening a little more. The other locks of life, the judgments, the self-imprisonments, the iron certainties, suddenly felt soft as hinge oil, ready to retreat before a gentle push. And if a passerby asked, "How long will this door remain open?" the boy, now silver-haired, would smile, place a hand on his chest, and say, "As long as breath goes in and out, that long the door stays open. Because the real latch is here. And the key is always right in the palm, touching something cold and still." The story number 10, The Lamp in the Wind. On the small altar set on the temple veranda beside the old Bodhi tree, there was always a brass oil lamp. Its body was low, the belly round, the handle curved like a sparrow's back. The lid bore a few simple carvings that had faded over the years. leaving only a soft gold glow mixed with a film of green moss. Each evening, the young novice's task was to add oil, trim the wick, and light the flame. At first the flame trembled like a child learning to stand, leaning to one side and then wobbling to the other, until at last it steadied and cast a small circle of light, enough to show the tiles in front of the veranda. Every night when the mountain wind came, the lamp flickered, the light shivering as if with a fever. On some nights the wind grew strong and it seemed sure the flame would die. But whenever the boy cupped it with his hand, or the master set a small wooden screen before it, the lamp stood still again, its eye bright as if grateful. One evening, while the boy sat watching, the master came and asked, "What do you see in this lamp? I am afraid it will go out when the wind is strong." The boy answered. The master smiled. "If it goes out, you light it again, but look closely. When the wind makes the flame tremble, is the light not even more beautiful?" The boy leaned in. Indeed, as the flame leaned and swayed, the light spread across the wall and strange shapes appeared, like mountain shadows, like ripples of water. The master said, "People are the same. If we stand still all the time, our light stays narrow around our feet. But when the winds of life blow, if we do not go out and we allow ourselves to tremble, the light widens." From that night, the boy learned to sit with the lamp each evening, not only to keep watch, but to listen to the wind speak. Some nights the wind made the lamp throw the Bodhi branches on the wall like the great palm of a protective hand. Some nights the trembling flame warped his own face on the plaster and he laughed. "So I do not need to look perfect to give off light." Gradually he found the lamp did not only shine outward, it shone back within, onto the moments he had burned with anger, and onto the days he had sagged with discouragement, wanting to leave the temple and return to the village. On the night of the mid-autumn full moon, the monsoon wind roared and rain gathered. The lamp shook hard. The oil sank low. The boy panicked and reached to fetch more oil. But the master held him back. "Let us see how it goes." They sat still and watched the lamp grow small. The flame fell from high to low, from bright gold to warm red, then to a single point, and at last a thread of smoke rose as thin as a hair. The boy's eyes welled. The master rested a hand on his shoulder. "Going out is not the end. The flame has left warmth in the air, light in your eyes, and the scent of oil in this room. It has not vanished. It has only changed places. Tomorrow you will light it again, and it will return in another form." The boy sat in wonder. So even a flame that has gone out still remains somewhere. Winter came and the cold wind cut across the veranda. He had to shield the lamp more often. One night a shivering beggar came to shelter. Seeing the light, he dropped to his knees in relief. "I thought the temple was closed. Because of that small flame." He dared to enter and the kitchen nun gave him a bowl of porridge. The boy understood. The lamp did not only show the way, it also called people in. From then on he cared for it carefully, wiping the glass with cloth, keeping the oil just right, and not letting the wick burn bitter. The master said, "Care for the lamp the way you care for your heart. The heart also needs oil, that is your breath. It needs polishing, that is letting go. It needs shielding, that is mindfulness. It needs opening, that is compassion." The following year, a great storm struck. The whole village roared with wind. Thatch flew, trees fell, people shouted, the temple shook. Wind rushed through the main hall and every lamp went out, except the one on the veranda. It shook violently but still lived. Several people climbing the hill saw that light and found their way in. When the storm passed, they bowed to the lamp as if to a deity. The master only smiled. The deity is the wakeful breath in each person. The lamp only reminds us that darkness has never won entirely. After that, people called it the lamp in the wind. Whenever someone suffered loss or grief, they came to sit before it. A parent who had lost a child watched the trembling flame and broke down. "I am shaking like that too," the master comforted. "Shaking is also shining." A merchant ruined in business sat through the night with the flame. By morning his heart was lighter. "At least I have not gone out," he said. So the lamp kept company with many hearts through seasons of sun and rain. In time the novice became a master himself. White at the temples. One cold night he sat with a new student before the flame and said, "This light does not need to be heroic. It needs only to be patient. So do we. When the wind blows, tremble if you must, but do not go out." The student watched the flame. The glow entered his clear eyes and became another lamp there. And so the lamp in the wind continued to be lit through generations, not only by oil and wick, but by hearts learning how to shine even while they tremble. My friend, this journey with these Zen stories is like a light breeze across the heart, leaving a gentle hush behind. Every lamp trembling before the wind, every stone resting under the stream, and every empty bowl upon the table. They are all mirrors reminding us that peace is never far away. It is present in each moment we pause, breathe, and smile. If your eyes are closing now, if your breath has slowed, if your mind is becoming a still lake, then let sleep or quiet arrive naturally, like moonlight settling on water. Carry this lightness with you when you return to work, to study, or to rest. Thank you for listening and for walking with us to the very end of this journey. If these stories have brought you a sense of ease, please support the channel by tapping like, by sharing to spread calm to others, and especially by pressing subscribe so you will not miss the next videos. I wish you good health, peace in every moment, and a truly deep sleep. See you on the next journeys of mindfulness.